Buongiorno a tutti.
Good morning to all of you.
Aspetta. Buongiorno a tutti, grazie.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for being here. Thank you for those who are here with us and to those who are connected online, also from abroad. And it is a great pleasure for me to talk about this National Registry of Breast Implants, a new model for the healthcare governance. I really want to thank all people and all the staff from the Health Ministry and the Department of Planning, Medical Devices, Drugs and Policies, Mr. Iachino and the Directorate General of Medical Devices and Pharmaceutical Service that over the last 2 years have decided to work on the National Registry of Breast Implants. I also take the chance to thank Ms. Campanale, who will present the results and the content of this National Registry. I also want to thank all people working in those offices, because this is the first office we have at a national level, and we would like to introduce it to you so for you to understand how it works. We do also have a speaker from abroad, because some dialogue is ongoing, because it is important for it to become a point of reference also at an international level. I am the head of department, and it is a great pride for me to talk about and to have such a kind of reality in our ministry. So to have the possibility to use such a kind of registries also in the future to improve our healthcare management. I also thank Subsecretary Gemato, who is here with us in this opening phase, and he will also take the floor later on. But first of all, I wanted to introduce Emanuele Casaburi. For those of you who do not know him, he is an Italian actor who is very much committed from a civil viewpoint. He promotes whole cultural topics through cinema and theater, using art as a tool to better raise awareness among the public on all topics relating to contemporary issues and social issues. This is a phase, this is a moment in which it is very important to convey specific messages, and well, I believe that his presence with us today is of very much importance. He will pronounce the monologue, Oriana Fallaci and the Alien. That is a very important input for this day that we dedicate to our passions. So I leave him the floor, so to listen from him this monologue. Good morning. I feel that I have a creature, an animal inside. Here it is. It's a breast cancer. I'm over. And it's a smart thing. It knows my thoughts, so I can't hide from him what my real thoughts are. And that is that I am pessimistic. I am thirsty for life. I am obsessed with that. I'm afraid of death. And I love life. I said to doctors, I want to see what you've taken away from me. It's mine, is something mine. And they answered, come on, let's go. Nobody does this. It's terrible. So I replied, it's my stuff, I want to see it. So they came with that stuff. Well, I must admit, it was a really nice piece of Oriana. It was a little long, wide thing. I started talking to it. Damn bastard. Oh, how I hated him. I kept insulting him. Don't you dare come back. You know, did you left any children inside me? I will kill you. I will kill you. You will not win. Those doctors, they couldn't believe their eyes. They said, oh my God. I don't understand this aversion to the word cancer. It's not even an infectious disease. It's not even a contagious disease. You have to do as they do in America. You have to say, to pronounce this word openly, serenely. I have the cancer. Say it like you would say, I have hepatitis, I have pneumonia, I have a leg broken. I did that. I do that. And doing that feels like exercising it.
Veramente grazie.
Thank you. Thank you. It's a very touching and moving piece. You know, listen to your words, the whole context, and thank you for introducing such an important topic, this problem that affects so many women all over the world. It is important to also communicate such a kind of topics in this way. So thank you very much, Emmanuel, and it is a great pleasure now for me to leave the floor to Subsecretary of Health, Mr. Gemato. Marcello, please, you have the floor. Thank you, Francesco. Thank you to you as the head of department for planning, medical devices, drugs and policies, and thank you to Achille Iachino, Director General of Medical Devices. I also want to thank Ms. Campanale. We will listen to her presentation. She made a huge work in creating this national registry. I want to also thank Director General because since I've worked in the in one of the occasions, I forgot to thank you in the past. So now I really want to thank you in front of all those people. I also want to thank all people and the whole staff who worked for the National Registry and all the people who did their best to introduce and to implement the law providing for the introduction of this registry. From the one side, what we want to do is to stress how important this national registry is. It is a unique reality. Sometimes we tend to think of national healthcare system as a negative system, but we do have some excellences. Let us think to our approach to rare disease. We are second ranked all over the world. Then let us think to transplant, for example. In this case, we rank second worldwide. So we do have a vision that is very much focused on the treatment of patients. However, we must think of new organizational models. Today's title is a model for a new clinical governance. So in view of this title, I would like to tell you something. We really need higher financing from the National Healthcare Fund, but we do also need new organizational models. And the National Registry of Breast Implants is a very important element, not only from a healthcare viewpoint, which is also very important, and this is the reason why we're here today, but it is also important from an economic viewpoint, because if we want our national healthcare system to be reliable and affordable, we must also envision new organizational models, because our healthcare system, public healthcare system, is the result of an extraordinary intuition, and it was created on the 23rd December 1978, back in 1978. So it is a system, a healthcare system dating back to the 80s. And back at that time, there were different needs, because the society back at that time was very different from the present one. In 1978, we had just experienced the economic boom. Families were very numerous. There was a high fertility rate that was equal to 1.4. So every woman had 1.4 children. Now we are experiencing a demographic winter and an aging population, which is very different from the one that we had back in 1978. So the situation has very much changed over time, and we must take all those differences into account. This aging population has a cost for the public healthcare system. Therefore, we must implement new organizational system so to optimize healthcare expenditure. We need prevention funds, for example, in case of specific pathology. We do also need to better understand how this new society is. Back in 1978, chronic diseases did not play the same role as they play nowadays, because nowadays they account for 80% of total diseases. So the National Registry of Breast Implants is specifically the result of this intention to create a new organizational model. It is the response to the new legal requirements, and it kept a number of data that are very important. Let us think to transplant and to implants. Nowadays, 80% of implants have to do with women that had a tumor, a cancer. And I open a parenthesis in this regard. There is a difference among those having a tumor, in the case of men being affected by prostate cancer. However, this national registry would allow us to improve our performance and to put data available to the scientific community, so to provide precise responses. Nowadays, we do also have another extraordinary tool, and with the last decree on data ecosystem, we have the electronic dossier that might be turned into an important tool, the electronic health records. It is very important because through artificial intelligence and through our professionals, we can use data to improve treatments and to allow for higher savings in the healthcare system. Well, I truly believe that sustainability should play a pivotal role as for the national healthcare system. And when we talk about sustainability, this does not mean that we should improve the national healthcare fund. This is true, of course, and we all agree in this regard, but we should do something more apart from this. So in parallel with this, we should make our healthcare system sustainable. And sustainability is precisely what we are going to hand over to the next generation. In 15, 20 years, I will be considered as an elderly person. So I must act right now to give to the next generation the necessary models to improve the national governance. These models are to be based on our universalism. I participated in important manifestation. This is the month of rare disease, and we are celebrating the fact that 80% of drugs approved by the Healthcare Administration are now distributed for free, which is very important. There is a missing 20%, so our intention is to improve in this regard, but this is a value we must defend. So in order to conclude, I wanted to tell you that moments like this one are very important to make our system more sustainable for the future. We do also have arthroprothesis registry in Italy. It exists, but it is not a compulsory registry. It is not fully implemented. So the idea is to create something similar also in other fields. In some cases, arthroprotheses are implanted, but in a more random manner. Sometimes the prostheses which are used are less expensive, but they have a reduced life cycle, so they are not economically viable in the long term. I really want to thank the Ministry for organizing true in what we're going to talk about. Going to be brief. It's not going to be that. The positive experience understand what are so to guarantee a higher level of health for our citizens and for our patients. This is very important because this would allow us to understand if we are using technologies in a proper manner in the interest of patients. Multifaceted, so to say, and heterogeneous, because control and monitoring mechanisms were lacking. So this is some of the aspects in relation to which we must improve. In the past, we didn't prove able to intervene in a timely manner to solve problems in terms of heterogeneity. Breast implants are important also in relation to another aspect. In a few days, something important is going to happen, and I had a chance to understand how important it is to feed such registries and databases. The past years allowed us to understand how important it is to collect and to gather real-time information. So the National Registry of Breast Implants shows how important it is to collect real-time data. This is pivotal in order to be provided with a reliable framework, so to intervene real-time. Being provided with such data is also important to plan healthcare policies in a more efficient manner by using in a more adequate manner the resources available. And allow me to share some examples with you. Let us think, for example, to the study of data gathered over the last 14 years. Well, those data show that 97.6% of the breast surgery undergone made use of breast implants. This is why it is so important to monitor how those implants are used. We're talking about 97.6% of breast surgeries having made use of breast implants. So you can easily understand how important it is to monitor how breast implants are used. And 17% of implanted people underwent a secondary surgery with an extra cost of 16 billion euros. So this is also an important data. If we know the kind of patient we have, and if we know what kind of patient underwent a second surgery, we can easily or more easily understand how to act, how to intervene, so to reduce secondary access, secondary hospitalization in this kind of patients. This would result in lower costs for the healthcare system. When we have a patient with breast cancer, over the first 3 years, there are funds that are allocated by the ministry, and then there are important consequences from an economic viewpoint for the whole country. And we must change a little bit our approach in terms of healthcare policies, so to think of breast surgeries in a more overall manner. We should guarantee long-term positive outcomes. This is what the subsecretary underlined during his intervention, and we should also rationalize healthcare expenditure, so to be provided with high resources to be invested in other sectors, for example, or in the very same healthcare sector, but investing it in other fields, in other technologies, and so on and so forth. Today, we will also introduce the data of our report, of course, which is the first one relating to real-world data. And the initial idea was to introduce this report by the end of the year, but we've seen how important it was, so this is why we've decided to present it right now, because we wanted to rely on a whole year of real-world data collected, so to present those data not only to the scientific community, but also to the citizens at large.
The European regulation invites member states to adopt all measures in order to encourage the creation of registries and specific databases for the devices, and it also establishes common principles for the collection of comparable information. And this is important because this European regulation also suggests a method to be used when making assessments, which is HTA, and this ensures harmonization of the method that will be used at the national but also at the European level, and this will make things easier in the production sector, also in terms of investments. So it is also for this reason that we have invited the presidents of the international collaboration of ICOBRA to describe the activities that are being implemented at the international level in order also to promote a harmonization of data collection. This is another objective that we have set at the European level, and that we want to stress as a country that has introduced a registry. I will stop there, and I don't want it to be too long, but I repeat it, I am proud of this result that we have reached in our Ministry of Health, and I would like to thank you for your attendance, and I would like to thank once again the Undersecretary for his availability and his attention also during the introduction. And now I will introduce the first section that is called Italian National Breast Implant Registry. And I would like to tell you that Mr. Iachino will also be part of this first session. Thank you once again.
Introduttivo anche. Allora, invito qua a venire il dottor Iachino, il direttore.
I invite Mr. Iachino, Director General of Medical Devices and Pharmaceutical Service. And then we have Mr. Stefano Lorusso, General Director at the Ministry of Health, who will help me moderate this session. This is particularly important in terms of content. And then Ms. Antonella Campanale, Director in charge of Unit 5 of the Vigilance of Medical Device General Directorate, and then Professor Cicchitti. I don't see him. I don't know whether he had a problem. I haven't received any message from him, so I don't know. Maybe we can call him. And then we met yesterday also to talk about some aspects related to the presentation, and then it is also
Dr. Hinne Rakhorst, plastic surgeon from Netherlands. Hinne is the Secretary of International Confederation of Plastic Surgery Societies, ECOPLAST, and he is the project leader of the Dutch Breast Implant Registry. He is also the clinical lead of the International Collaboration of Breast Registries Activities, ICOBRA, che avevo anche nominato precedentemente, and that is a network interconnecting countries with active breast implant registries. The ICOBRA's aim is to harmonize common data elements collected by breast implant registries, promoting international collaboration and knowledge sharing in this field. Thank you, Hinne, to join us. The floor is yours. Ok, thank you. A questo punto darei subito...
Now, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Iachino, Director General Iachino. And before his presentation as a Director General of Medical Devices and Pharmaceutical Devices, maybe he could make a short introduction, and he could thank all the persons that have collaborated together with Mr. Campanale. Thank you, Francesco. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for being here. I would like, of course, to thank the Undersecretary and the head of the department and all the colleagues, Mr. Piccioli, the representatives of the industry. I see the Director General of Confindustria, Medical Devices, and, of course, beyond everything, it is really a pleasure to be here to speak about this registry. It is an important result, a result that the Directorate has pursued in a very convinced way. And I look at Ms. Campanale because all the people inside the Directorate have participated stubbornly. So everybody in Unit 5 has collaborated, and I would like to thank you. You gave a real tangible contribution to this project. Because I believe that beyond what we usually say on these occasions, it is really significant that we are here and that the audience is really numerous, that we have also representatives of international organizations connected that look at us with a great interest, that look at what we are doing in Italy. And it is important because I can tell that, quite frankly, the entire Director General of Medical Devices and Unit 5, but also the other units, because behind there is also an administrative work and a regulatory work. So all the units of the Directorate have collaborated. But what makes a difference in this activity and what we are trying to tell you today in the presentations we will have today is that when we started working on this project, we didn't do it just because we had to implement a law. The law was there, and that it had been there for quite some time for several reasons, because it is not easy. There are many things to do. But we didn't approach this topic in a bureaucratic way just to implement a provision. We saw something behind that provision, a series of possibilities and also a series of targets and developments. And I have to confess that we made a mistake because we underestimated what we then achieved. And in reality, we realized that over time, this registry that had been created with a series of ideas and vision was starting to become something really important, and that it included data that went even beyond what we could expect, and it did even more than what we had envisaged. And there is also another important factor to consider, that is the collaboration between the central authority, so the central level, and the regional government, because these registries, or the registry we are talking about today, is fed by healthcare professionals that work within the national healthcare system, but the registries are regional registries, and it is thanks to a collaboration and sharing the same objective that the regions have responsibly adhered to a platform that was made available by the Ministry of Health. It was a central platform, but they could have also opted for something different, but they didn't do it because they understood there was a common objective, that it was something useful, that it was important to share data in a uniform way. So after a year, we are here to talk about this objective that is not a target, because we see it as a step in a journey that is still going on. A journey that we have envisaged and that we are working on in order to make of it something more important and structured, because we are convinced that it is something useful. Having said so, I will now focus more on my technical presentation, and I am going to share with you a series of inputs that will then be further reviewed during the morning. But I believe that these inputs should be further analyzed. We heard it before, even the Undersecretary said it, Professor Menini. Why is it important to have registries for medical devices in general, or in any case, having registries that collect data about the Italian national healthcare sector? Because having data means having a series of tools in order to then take decisions that are weighted and useful. And these decisions should be based on the fact that we need to prevent the spread of diseases, that we have to think about how we can have preventive diagnosis so that we can have screening programs. And as the Undersecretary said it before, this is a costly activity, and having targeted screening programs means saving money also in terms of prevention and during the therapeutical phase, and then also having responses, treatment responses, understanding how our treatments impact on the health of our citizens, and therefore measuring performances and adjusting them. And this is something we could do thanks to these registries in general. So why is it important in the field of registries? Because in addition to what we saw and that I have briefly described about prevention, diagnosis, and the measuring of performances, this is useful because the system of registries needs tools in order to be able to track down patients when it is needed for follow-ups, because there may be accidents, and because we need to know how these devices are working. We need also to be able to trace these medical devices. We are currently implementing 2 EU regulations. One is the regulation you see on the screen. And if you deal with medical devices, you know that regulations are very stringent and they have a series of requirements that are particularly strict compared to the previous legislation, because these regulations are the result of a serious accident that happened in the past and that affected the system of medical devices in the past. So the system had to admit that it was not able to trace patients that had received an implant with some specific prosthesis. So after a very serious accident, now these registries are used in order to allow traceability. So if you have a registry like this, the traceability of patients and of medical devices is something that we can do, and it is also a duty for those who do our work. And these registries are also needed in order to have information on the life of these medical devices. So how long a device can be used in a functional way for the needs of the patient. So for how long we can consider a given category of device as safe, and having this information allows us to be able to act in a timely way when needed in order to avoid any possible problems. And moving on and asking why this National Breast Implant Registry is an example and also something we should consider for future developments, because, I repeat it, we are implementing a provision and we created a system that is unique in the world, and it is the only system to be managed by a public authority. There are other registries in other parts of the world, even mandatory registries, but not managed by public authorities. They are managed in a very serious way, but it's scientific companies or others. So having a public authority as the manager of this registry is important, because the objective of the use of this data is something that considers the benefits in terms of research, in terms of everyday assistance provided by the Italian national healthcare system. It can be useful also for the industry in order to improve the products that are available. As I said it before, it is mandatory for all actors, and it gives us data that is real data. And I'm going to show you some of them. You will see also others during the day, but this data is real, tangible, and it's also real-time data. So we can know the real-time situation of breast implants in Italy. So please allow me to say that I am really proud. This is data updated as of this morning at 7 a.m. You can see it on the slide, and we know that we have 14,300 operations and that we have 38,861 patients recorded since the beginning of the year, of course, not this morning. Having this data in real time is useful, as you can understand, in order to help epidemiological experts and also those who monitor the situation on the territory. It is useful for researchers and scientists, but it is also important to have an immediate alert and to intervene in case of incidents. And as I said before, we are a public authority, so our data is publicly available, and it is shared with the Italian realities, but also the international level. And having data that comes from a system like ours also ensures the truthfulness and reliability of data. And in this registry, there is also the requirement for manufacturers to include the processes they manufacture. And this is important because if a process hasn't been implanted, we can try and understand why. And even in this case, we need a quick alert and also a timely alert. What can we do? Thanks to this registry, we can, and you will see it better later on in the other interventions, we can know the situation in every region of Italy, and we can know in real time the situation in every single region, in every single public and private facility. So the registry also records data about private facilities. So this data is also included in the registry. So our data is true, and we can also analyze any deformities in the regions. Just think about a careful analysis on mobility-related data. And of course, there are also outcomes. We can know the result of these implants, and we can understand also the reasons and we can also know the median time to revision. Why in some areas or for some implants there is a revision surgery that is more frequent than in other areas. So this is what we can do. We can also evaluate healthcare assistance in terms of breast implants, and as Professor Menini said it before, we can also evaluate the appropriateness of these interventions. Now, it is clear that every day we focus on some important aspects. Every surgery, including implants, has an associated risk for the patient. But the question we should ask ourselves is it possible to reduce the number of surgeries? Is it possible to reduce and identify the risk factors for the revision surgeries? This is also a matter of education of the healthcare system, because we need to know when we have to intervene, when it is really necessary, and reducing risks is the responsibility of those who have data. And please allow me to add something more. Having this data means that we can no longer pretend we are not aware, because when the competent authority has data, the competent authority must intervene. And if we identify elements that show that in some situation there is a high level of risk, even higher than the scientific literature, we have the duty to intervene. And this is what this registry allows us to do, because it gives us the possibility to understand where there are real problems, and therefore to intervene in a more targeted way. But we also have to do it because of these numbers and the related cost. I believe that these figures are self-explanatory. You can see the trend, and you can see the increase in the number of interventions, and this for the reasons you all know. In 2020, there was a decrease, but because the world was busy doing other things, and in that case, even that reduction is not so evident. And I could have thought also of a more evident decrease in that year. But in any case, you have to consider that in 2023, the number was more than 15,000. So the figures are quite significant. We have 17% of patients subject to revision surgeries, and that have to undergo 2 to 8 surgeries. So just imagine what it means for a woman to undergo surgery 8 times for a breast implant. So if we can do something also in relation to these figures, well, I believe that we can provide a necessary service to our patients, but it means also that we can save money, because the cost here was about 600 million euros, so an important figure. So how can we improve a system that, of course, works and that is also excellent for some things? We know that the mortality has reduced and that we are more capable of fighting against the breast cancer. But thanks to the analysis of this data, we can even improve, because first of all, we can understand the reasons underlying this revision surgery. And if we reduce the number of revision surgeries, there can be a general improvement of healthcare and also saving for the national healthcare system. I said it before, what we achieved with the registry went even beyond what we expected in terms of possibility to cross data, even with other data, to then take healthcare-related decisions. And now our intention is not to stop there, but rather to go on. And the head of department said it before, we want to do it with a very ambitious project, that is to have a national registry for implantable medical devices, and in particular breast prostheses. And here you have the figures. So we know that medical devices in general in 2024 had a value of about 6 billion euros per year. And you can see it in this box on your right. I don't want to be too technical, but there are two categories of implantable medical devices that account for about 22% of those 6 billion euros per year. So it is clear that if we can have targeted interventions, and we can do it thanks to this real data resulting from the healthcare system, from clinicians, from distributors, from those who work in the field of medical devices. And having this data means that we can take targeted decisions in order to also have an impact on expenditures that are quite high, and we can have savings that are not just important by themselves. In terms of public health, it means that we can have other resources to reinvest in the system. So we do not save money in order to save, but we save money in order to have money to do other things. So we want to promote quality and then to use those savings in order to reinvest them and improve our healthcare systems more and more and make it more virtuous. I hope I have already used all the time I had. In any case, I would like to thank you once again. And let me say that today, this is just a step in a journey that will go on. And this experience is just a step. It started with some ideas, but it became something more thanks to the work done by all those that gave their contribution. I'm sure that will go on and on. Thank you.
Grazie Achille per gli spunti.
Thank you, Achille. Just two reflections. The first is that this started as a federated model and then it became a centralized model. And I think also about what the Undersecretary said about ADS. This is starting as a central model and it could become a federated model. What does it mean? It means that this choice was made by regions. Pursues an objective that is a harmonization, and it is important not just in terms of content, but I also think about aspects that concern my directorate, for example, cyber-related aspects, privacy-related aspects. So it allows a harmonized development at the regional level, and I will tell you what we are doing from a technological point of view. Now I would like to introduce the intervention of Ms. Antonella Campanale, who is the one managing the registry, and she will talk about one of the objectives of the registry, that is clinical monitoring, and then the epidemiological monitoring, for which regions are competent, but also the ministry is competent. These two purposes are, of course, provided for by the decree. And today, Ms. Campanale will introduce the epidemiological aspects related to the use of the registry. So you have the floor.
Allora, buongiorno a tutti.
Good morning to all of you. I must admit it is a great honor for me to introduce to you the epidemiological framework of Italian reality, since we are here to talk about the Italian reality based on real-world data, which means giving a real idea of what the situation is in Italy in connection to the use of breast implants. As we have already said many times, the compulsory data collection started in August 2023 with the first regional registries that were activated and that started to convey data to the national registry. Little by little, in May 2024, all registries in each and every region and autonomous province were activated. And here I wanted to show you data collected as of 31st December 2024. As the director said, we showed before this morning data updated as of this morning. These are data updated as of 31st December 2024. So you can see how figures have increased. Well, back at that time, we have monitored around 35,000 patients that underwent around 60,000 surgical procedures with a total of 60,000 implanted prostheses. In this slide, you can see some more data. We were talking about real-time data in Italy in terms of breast implants for both cosmetic and reconstructive purposes. In green color, you can see the higher number of interventions made in a region, and you can see that, for example, the Molise region is colored yellow because no interventions, no surgeries were recorded. But we are talking about precisely recorded breast implants. This might mean that, for example, patients from Molise underwent surgeries in other regions of Italy. And in the report, you can find more precise data in this regard. 58% of breast surgery were performed for reconstructive purposes and 41% for aesthetic purposes. And 70% of patients received for the first time a breast implant. In this case, I wanted to show you something more. We can here see the distribution of breast surgery based on aesthetic purposes on the left side and based on reconstructive purposes on the right side. As for the breast implant surgeries with aesthetic purposes, you can see that there is a very high number of implant surgeries performed in the Campania region. Instead, as for the reconstructive purposes, we have a very high number in Lombardia, Lazio region, and Veneto. As for breast implant surgeries with aesthetic purposes, let us analyze this field with more detail. First of all, we must analyze the clinical framework. So, in this case, we have two main reasons: hyperplasia, hypertrophy, a small gland, or deep ptosis. That is something that a patient may suffer after, for example, losing weight or after breastfeeding. This is an important slide, a very beautiful one in my opinion. I have never used it before. In this case, we can understand what the registry allows us to do. We can monitor real-time the situation in each and every region, the region's attractiveness and the patient's passive mobility. We'll look at the residence region and data referring to the region where patients were assisted, where patient underwent breast implants. In the case of Lombardia, we can say that this is a region hosting also patients coming from abroad. And we do also have a 26.4% of attractiveness in the case of Lazio region. I do not have much time available, but I will share with you the slides if you want to read them in the detail. As for the patient's passive mobility, we're talking about aesthetic reasons. In the case of patients residing in the Campania region, in this case, what data shows us is that they were probably much satisfied with the situation, the healthcare situation in their region. This is why we have such a percentage. In the case of Molise, for example, or other regions in the south, we have 100% mobility. So the situation is quite different if compared to the Campania region. These registry is very important because it allows us to analyze the situation referred both to the public and to the private field. This is the situation of each and every region and autonomous province, and in this case it analyzes the type of healthcare facility by region. In most of cases, breast surgeries were performed in private structures. As you can see here, around 80% of breast implants were implanted first time in case of mammary hyperplasia or hypertrophy, and in 20% of the cases because of mammary ptosis. In the right part of the slide, you can see the different diagnoses for revision surgery. There is an important data. You can read here 32.7% of patients who had to undergo revision surgery for reasons not related with device problems. Then we have a 31% that was related to capsular contracture and 24% related to ruptures. We will see what non-related device problem means because in this case we have patients that have to undergo revision surgery from problems that are not related to breast implants. So this is also a very important factor that we must analyze. In this case, we're going to analyze breast implant surgeries with reconstructive purposes. The diagnosis can be different. You can have breast cancer, high breast cancer risk, or congenital breast deformities, or possible trauma for the chest. So here is more or less the very same skin we've analyzed before. This is the region attractiveness, but in this case relating to reconstructive breast implants. And then you have the patient's passive mobility. Once again, Lombardia ranks first, but in this case the percentage raises to 37.6%. Then we have the Lazio region. Unfortunately, what data reveals to us is that the southern regions and the islands, most of all, are those places where patient passive mobility is higher. Even in this case, you can see the type of healthcare facility which is used. So there's the distinction between private or public healthcare facility, again by region. In most of the Italian regions and autonomous province, the kind of healthcare facilities used are public, but in some regions like Piemonte, Lombardia, Lazio, Campania, and Sicily, where most of breast surgeries were performed in private healthcare facility. We do also have accredited private facilities. Yes, of course, this is another topic, but these are general data. In 80% of the cases, people underwent breast surgery because of breast cancer So the use of breast implants is related to the number of women that every year address to the national healthcare system to ask for assistance also in terms of breast reconstruction. So today, I wanted to convey to all of you a message which I believe it is very important, especially for me that I work within the Ministry of Health. This is a data which is recognized by health literature. When we talk about breast cancer, we cannot ignore breast reconstruction. Breast reconstruction must be part of the surgical intervention whenever you treat a person affected by breast cancer. 80% of people undergoing breast surgery are affected by breast cancer. So our national healthcare system has to provide the best solutions to our patients. This is a young registry, data available span over a period of 1.5 years. But, however, we must analyze the SDO flow of the last 13 years. The SDO flow is the hospital discharge records flow. And this is a slide that shows how patients have been reconstructed. In most of cases, they used breast implants. In a small percentage of cases, there is a combination between implant and autologous tissues, and in a very small percentage of cases, only autologous tissue. 97.6% of cases in Italy over the last 14 years had a reconstruction with breast implants, a higher percentage if compared to the one published in the literature. Another positive thing that we mentioned and that I wanted to reiterate once again is the following one. As for the patients that have been monitored by the registry, 92.5% of reconstructions over the last year were immediate and followed a conservative treatment. What does this mean? This means that prevention is working well in our country. Diagnoses were early diagnosis, and women were performed breast surgery in such a manner that surgeon had a possibility to spare skin and nipple, which is very important in terms of the final result that you can obtain. This is my last slide, and it has to do with the clinical conditions of those women that have to undergo a revision surgery. We have a 17% of reinterventions of revision surgery. In this case, we have a smaller data set. The main cause is capsular contracture, which is consistent with what scientific literature tells us. However, since we must perform a due monitoring, it is very important for us to understand what the clinical condition because of which patients underwent revision surgery were. And after an implant has been placed, how many times has a person to undergo revision surgery? Because of one of the causes you can read in the slide. This is fundamental. We must know this data because this is part of the risk that a patient may undergo. And it is also important in terms of healthcare expenditure because we need to understand what is the cost the healthcare system has to bear in relation to each and every patient. These are also important data We analyzed the case of capsular contracture, which is the most important cause for revision surgery. And we are studying revision timing. What we have seen is that patients that underwent chemo or radiotherapy undergo revision surgery within 8 to 9 years, but the timing is reduced in case of chemotherapy. And I will conclude my intervention by showing you the slide that is about the features of implanted breast implant for different purposes. We have textured implants and anatomical implants in the case of aesthetic reason, and smooth implants in case of reconstructive surgery. And I want to conclude by telling you that the National Registry is nowadays providing us important data to us to monitor the situation in each and every region, autonomous province, in the public and private sector. It would allow us, if it is necessary, to intervene with targeted plan and action, so to protect the more vulnerable individuals, so to work all together in order to improve the quality of our national healthcare system. Thank you very much.
Vabbè. I ringraziamenti li faccio.
I must thank some people, but I'll do that later. Thank you, Mr. Campanale. And now we welcome Minister Orazio Schillaci. Thank you. Thank you to all of you for being here. It is a great pleasure for me to be here. This is a very important event dedicated to the importance that medical device registries are assuming in terms of patient health protection, scientific research, technological innovation, and the role they play in managing a new healthcare governance. You perfectly know that medical devices play a crucial role in improving patients' quality of life by providing innovative healthcare solutions for the prevention, diagnosis, and treatment of various clinical conditions. However, their safety, efficacy, and long-term performance evaluation continue to be one of the biggest challenges for health authorities internationally. The governance of medical devices is going through a crucial phase. The need for real-world data is clear to all of us, and such data must be complete and reliable, interconnected to other information sources. And this is where medical device registries, and especially high-risk medical devices, such as implantable devices, play a crucial role. In Italy, the establishment of the Register of Breast Prosthetic Implants finds its regulatory basis in Law of June 86 of June the 5th, 2012, which was enacted following what occurred with breast implants from the company Polyimplant Prosthesis, filled with silicone that did not comply with the requirements established by the regulations then in force. Born out of the need to have a tool capable of ensuring the timely traceability of implanted patient in case of need, the registry proves essential today to ensure the enhancement of other activities of public health importance. With the registry, we ensure clinical and epidemiological monitoring of the implanted population, primary and secondary prevention, early warning for the exchange of information on events liable to urgent measures at the national and international level, simplification of data exchange procedures. Breast implants are the most widely used medical devices in breast surgery. From data reported in the literature, it is estimated that there are about 35 million individuals worldwide who have breast implants implanted for any purpose. In Italy, data collected by the National Registry entered from August 1st, 2023 to December 31st, 2024 show a total of 36,189 surgeries performed with 60,945 procedures, of which 41.5% were performed for reconstructive purposes. In the latest Cancer Numbers 2024 report, an estimated 53,000 cases of breast cancer are diagnosed each year. Today, breast reconstruction is an integral part of the surgical treatment of breast cancer, and the Italian National Healthcare System guarantees all the necessary care for patients affected by these clinical conditions. And Registry becomes a tool in this area to objectively and independently monitor and evaluate the outcomes of health care provided. The implementation, maintenance, and management of any registry certainly requires considerable effort on the part of the scientific world, regulatory bodies, and institutions charged with governance of the NHS. International collaboration, sharing of best practices, and standardization of device registration systems are necessary steps to meet future challenges. In conclusion, our common commitment must be to foster a culture of responsible innovation that goes hand in hand with a governance system that not only protects patients, but also fosters medical and technological research and development. Thank you. I wish you a fruitful day.
Grazie molto.
Thank you. Thank you to our Minister of Health, who followed very closely the development of those registries and their evolution, and it provided us strong support in going on in this journey throughout the year 2024. So the support by the Ministry of Health and the Minister of Health was of very much importance for our works. And now I'll make a little change in our program, and what I will do is to invite here on stage Ms. Simona Loizzo. I think most of you already know her. She's the president of the Parliamentary Intergroup New Therapeutical Frontier for Breast Cancer. She has a commitment later on, so I prefer to have her taking the floor right now. We are working together with the Parliamentary Intergroup, and together with it, we are debating on pivotal issues, like, for example, the support to be provided to people affected by breast cancer. And I'll leave the floor to Ms. Simona Loizzo.
Scuso con gli altri per aver chiesto.
Good morning, everybody. I apologize in advance with my colleagues if I'm speaking earlier than expected, but I have many engagements today. I would like to thank Ms. Campanale, who did an incredible job as a president of the Interparliamentary Group for Breast Cancer. I know the devotion she had for the creation of this registry. And Achille Iachino is really the mind of this registry, and he's a great friend and collaborator for me, for our interparliamentary group for breast cancer. And we have to say that we are now discussing the first bill on digital therapeutical options at the Chamber. And I would like also to thank Francesco Minnini, because he is really the ministry when we need anything. Francesco is always there, and he has supported the interparliamentary group in Venice. He accompanied us to the cinema festival in Rome and in Venice, and we want to combine the legislative aspect that is about the governance of management, diagnosis and treatment processes for breast cancer, with also a different mood. because when women are diagnosed, they are confused, but they need to understand that diagnosis of a breast cancer is not the end. It is just the beginning of a therapeutical path that has to be well managed and supported, also from a psychological point of view, but it is no longer a death sentence. And also thanks to my secretariat that is well managed by Monica Caserta, we could work together with AIFA, that I would like to thank, and now there are 2 drugs that can be reimbursed. I will not mention them for obvious reasons, but Stefano knows it very well. We have really fought for that, and now the situation has changed for patients. In the past, it was not so. So I have to say that the interparliamentary group allocated funds for the creation of the registry, and now the National Healthcare Institute has to ensure also the quality of breast implants. And it's not just a matter of numbers, because we should adopt a multidisciplinary approach, and we should have also the contribution by geneticists, anatomopathologists, psychologists, and other healthcare professionals that are necessary, so that this diagnosis can be better accepted and managed for women with breast cancer. So what are we asking to the ministry today? Our interparliamentary group is actively working, and we ask the ministry to do the surgeries, 2 surgeries of reconstruction and breast intervention at the same time. Things are improving, but as we can read on the newspapers, we ask the ministry to organize a table so that mastectomy and breast implant surgeries can be due during the same intervention. And we ask the ministry to reimburse the reconstruction. Today there are beautiful prostheses also for nipples, but they are not reimbursed by the national healthcare system. So for our patients, for our women, we ask for this kind of intervention throughout the national territory, and we ask the reimbursability of some surgeries, including psycho-oncological interventions, because sometimes families and women, they are confronted with this. And women today are really the backbone of their family. So when a woman is not there, when a woman is ill, this has repercussions on the family, on the children. They are wives and partners, so they need to be supported. Next event will be organized in Milan. We have started collecting funds for Hospital Sacco in Milan. We will produce our new revised bill during the Milan Fashion Week, and we want to raise awareness also in the places where beauty is, and also in contexts that are not favorable for women affected with breast cancer. So with these words, I will now leave you. I would like to wish you a nice day, and I would like to thank the Direction General for Medical Devices for this great job, a unique job in Europe. And we have to go on in order to keep improving. Thank you.
Grazie ancora.
Thank you, Mr. Rizzo, for all the work you are doing for our patients. And we now have Mr. Amerigo Cicchetti, but Mr. Professor Hinner Rakost asked if he could speak now because then he has a surgery. We already introduced Professor Rakost, and I would like to give him the floor, and I would like to thank him once again for his participation.
Grazie. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Oh, perfect. Thank you very much. And I must say thank you for the opportunity to present here. I'm Hinner Rakost. I'm a plastic surgeon in the Netherlands. I have no disclosures. I do insert breast implants, not so many per year, but I do it, and I do a lot of voluntary work. I would like to express first the gratitude to the person that loves administrative work. They are not existing, but we need to realize that all our registries are filled and functional through hard work of surgeons and registry staff. So basically, those two people make the registries work, and I would like to thank you. Also, I would like to thank you and express my the fact that I'm really impressed with how Italy is working so hard, and big compliments to the ministry, big compliments to Antonella and Marco for all the stuff you're doing. You're leading the world as you have been for, since the beginning of the counting of the years. So why do we bother about breast implants? I think some basic things why we're all here together is it's a class 3 device. It follows the MDR regulations of the European Union. One implant costs about 400 to 600 euros. And in the Netherlands, about 20,000 implants are inserted per year, which comes down to a 10 million market in the Netherlands alone. In the world, it's calculated that approximately 35 million women have an implant. So it would be at least a huge number sort of corresponding to the market that's out there. Basically, 1 in 30, 1 to 25 women have 1 or 2 breast implants. And we all want to have implants on the market. We want to improve them, and we want to innovate. So we are of interest to patients, surgeons, legislators, through industry, and we want to reduce the complications. And also, we see that whenever there's a problem with the device, it has major impact on patients and families, but it also leads to massive discussions in society, because it's a $1 billion euro business, and those are some basics that we really need to be aware of. What we all ask ourselves from our own perspective is, is my implant the best? Or if you're a legislator, is the implant that I allow on the market safe? The surgeon will say, is my surgery the best? And some other people would be interested in, is it all cost effective? So plays a central role in many people's worlds and environments. So when you talk about risk and quality, I think it's important that we understand the questions, who do we believe, who do patients believe, and how do we measure? Basically, there's two worlds. There's evidence-based medicine, and there's media-based evidence when you really bring it down, because we can measure what we want, but oftentimes reporting focuses on a single case or a small type of research, and that's the balance that we're all trying to reach. Be open to the incidents, but also put them in perspective, and that's really challenging if you're a patient, because you will be falling in between sometimes very serious reports online or in media or on the TV, while we have all these big data to underscore the safety of these devices. On the other hand, there's industry. This is an American website where you can really look at how are consultants paid for presenting, for instance, and this is one of the well-known presenters on the world that has a disclosure slide that says, I have a disclosure, I'm a consultant to company X and Y, and the disclosure means that he has over $400,000 US per year that he gets from, he earns through company support. So this is not pocket change, and it is really important that we all face the mirror as professionals as well. So basically, theories are explained as evidence, and we need to explain to the plastic surgeon what is evidence, and we need to also explain this to the general public. And we also need to be attentive and open to the so-called non-significant but highly relevant others incidents that we find, and deal with that and put them into perspective and be able to judge the severity of these events. Basically, it comes down to a risk calculation where you have a numerator, how many women have event XYZ, say via ALCL, and a denominator. So how many women in total have a breast implant or a specific subtype of implant? And then the next thing is, how does it compare to control groups, so women without the device? Because sometimes events also occur in women without implants, and you need to correct for that. In the EU, there's a new MDR since a few years, and it really pushes industry to report on adverse events, and post-marketing monitoring becomes more important. But how is it done, and what are we measuring? And the EU has a very specific list of topics that need to be reported by industry to the legislators. This list is quite extensive, and how is it done? If there's no registry, adverse events reporting is an opt-in system where a surgeon takes out a device from a breast, and he has the choice to throw it away, if you will, or fill out a huge form where maybe 100 questions are listed on, and resend the device to the industry. It's very unclear what is expected from the surgeon. And typically companies receive in the order of 10 to 20 maybe reports per year. So in case of a registry, you do get data on the numerator, the denominator, and the reasons for revision. You get a far more complete overview, as you've seen from the previous presenters, in terms of what numbers of revision surgery you get. So from a result of this, breast implant registries are set up, and Italy is a really example of for many of us. And these is a list of European and non-European countries that have an active registry. So what is the ideal circumstances and situation for a registry to be successful? You need to be independent. You need to have stable funding. You ideally collect data on tissue expanded breast implants and ADM meshes as well. You need to be opt-out for insertion as well as replacement. You need to be national. You would ideally have a legal basis, multidisciplinary. You should have stable staffing. You should have expertise in epidemiology, large data, and AI. You should be able to provide output in terms of reporting. And you should be functional. You should be providing feedback back into the public, the professionals, to allow what's going on. And the good news for you is you have all that, and you're impressively working hard and getting all this stuff done. However, registries are costly, they're labor intense, they're typically underestimated. People sometimes think, you just set up an Excel sheet and you get it done. It's a lot more work. In the Netherlands, we spend about 700 or 800,000 euros per year on running a registry. So it's really important that we maximize our output to give back the invested euros back to society and the stakeholders. So we need to maximize growth and expertise. And this is where we basically developed iCobra. iCobra was founded by Rod Cooter, a plastic surgeon in Australia, and through the Australasian Foundation of Plastic Surgery. And it's now hosted under the umbrella of ICOPLAST, the largest confederation for plastic surgery societies in the world. The purpose is basically it focuses on breast devices. We share experiences, we provide blueprints and education. We aim for uniform data sets and advocate on patient safety. We are unique. In the world, there is today approximately 20 to maybe 30 persons that lead the world of breast implant registries. And we capture, I think, over 1 million stories now if we combine all our data sets together. We are all independent and we provide evidence back to society, and we're able to serve the public and our surgeons. So what can we do to make a difference, and what are we doing internationally? I think the goal of international collaboration is basically to save time, to speed up. By comparing our registry to the Italian registry, we save a lot of time in the Netherlands, and the same goes for the other registries. So we are connecting and comparing, and we're expanding, and we're learning, and we're inspiring each other. And we do that through online meetings as well as physical meetings. So the comparison is really important. And how do you compare, and why is it so important? If you go back to the registry basis, these are the elements. You've got data points, data entry systems. You put them in a warehouse. You have data sets. You do analysis, and you get figures. And from that, you do a report. Each layer has their difficulties and their challenges. And through these reports, you basically do a plan to check act cycle of the whole system. Everything is audited and checked and compared. And there's 4 active registries that are having a modern day annual report, and those are listed right here, including the Italian ones. And this is where iCobra kicks in, because we're all providing these annual reports, but we all have a slightly different figures and definitions. So our aim of iCobra is to go make a report globally, because it pushes us to compare the whole system. And the aim is therefore to report on 1 million implants in the next 2 years. And to build a platform. So this platform will provide cross-validation between registries and outcomes, compare countries, compare types of implants, which implant is best. So now, how about textured and smooth implants or silicone? Do you see a lot more adverse event with silicone devices rather than saline filled? And you could look at BII or ACL and many other issues. The first step we already did, we published on 200,000 devices, and that sounds really impressive, but the reality is that we had to exclude 50% of the 200,000 due to missing, due to exclusion, because some countries did not collect on tissue expanders, and there were a lot of definition debates. And this is really where the work starts, because we all seem like we're both apples, but we're really slightly different. So we need to move towards more university and look for overlapping grounds. So everything that seems easy is really difficult and time-consuming, and on definitions, the type of implant. Some registries don't collect on tissue expanders. The capture rates differ. You need hours. Many registries are short in staff. And also, there's big time differences to set up meetings. And also finding the right people is really important. Finding the clinical leader as well as the administrative, more put on the ground type of person to get this done. And I'm really proud and happy to say that these 2 people are really the Italian ambassadors of moving this whole forward. And I think Italy should be proud of these two people because you do a tremendous job waking up early in the morning, staying up late at night to discuss these matters. So where are we today? I think the people are connected. We have definitions and a common core set, and we have some figures that we are defining. And in September, we're getting together in Cape Town to compare our uniform outcomes and to prepare them for publishing and to share them with the world. And second, we are also designing a progress toward this international platform and stability in this network. The aim for 2026 is to write this report and to move to the next level of connectivity and to take steps towards the device comparison tools and also to increase the strength of our collaborations with clinicians, but also legislators, patients, and industry, but for instance, with the inspectors and the FDA and the notified bodies. They should all be using our data as a source of real world data availability. I think in conclusion, Italy should be really proud of itself because you have a fantastic registry, a fantastic staff. You move in the right direction, and you're leading the world, and you're led by an independent ministry. And I think it's really important that you appreciate how important the ministry is and how special you are that you make this all happen. It's a huge congratulations to the Italians that you make the time and funding available. International collaboration will provide also national benefits, and only then it works. It saves time, it decreases quality, and it decreases outcome. And with that, I would like to really thank you. If you have any questions, please contact me through whatever you like. Thank you very much.
Thanks for this real interesting overview at European level, which further underlined the importance of our registry. I agree that we need, of course, as you already underlined in your presentation, to maximize both output and expertise. And at the same time, personally, I strongly believe in international collaboration. So to increase again both quality and outcome at the same time. Okay, thanks again. I don't know if someone would like to make some question or something. In any case, thanks again. Lascio la parola.
Now I will give the floor to the Director of Planning, Professor Amerigo Cicchetti. I know that you have prepared some slides. Yes, just a few.
Per l'occasione.
This is a very valuable work, so I really want to thank for their cooperation, Achille Iachino, Ms. Campanaro, and all people who have already been mentioned before. Their work and cooperation has been of great value. We're trying to take informed decisions based on evidence. And what we need to do so is a good guidance. And we do have a good guidance. I can make mention, for example, of the minister of our Ministry of Health. We must guarantee the sustainability of our system, has been already mentioned before. We must reduce inequalities, recover the trust of our citizens. There are many things that are telling us that we must do so as soon as possible and as much as possible. And last but not least, we must set priorities and guarantee quality standards at a national level throughout the whole national territory, so to guarantee a proper implementation of healthcare assistance programs. But apart from this, we do also need data And we do also need the proper tools to implement those programs deriving from the data available. This is why we need to be provided with systematic and continuous flows of data to support the so-called 5 phases we are currently focusing on within my department. So the identification, the detection of needs, the setting of priorities, understanding the value of the different actions, the definition of robust standards, especially in the hospital sector. So we must reinforce the health sector in general. We must rely on data that would allow for a more appropriate resource allocation. We must evaluate the performance and doing monitoring. There is a huge construction site that is currently open, and this is why I want to thank all representatives of the different departments and the offices of the department I'm in charge of. I want to thank Ms. Lisby in this regard. And these are the different actions that should be taken. It is quite clear that if we want to make clear and positive decisions, we must be guided by evidence-based data, because those data will be the support for robust decisions. This is why the work carried out through this Italian National Registry is of great value, and it allows us to understand in a very clear fashion what the needs are and what the lacks are of our healthcare system. It will also allow us to create and generate standards through the use of this kind of flow. I'm already thinking of 2 of them, for example. If we read the low percentage of flap harvesting if compared to the use of breast implants, well, I might have some ideas in this regard to improve such a percentage. We've worked together with Mr. Ventimiglia and Ms. Campanale specifically in this regard. I cannot analyze the whole scheme in detail. It is a bit too much, considering the time available. But in order to conclude, I would like to stress an opportunity, a line of activity that started in 2024, and I'm quite confident of the positive outcomes it might produce in the future. If we want to achieve the goals we set at the beginning of the presentation, we do not have a silver bullet that might solve it all. We have to focus on many different elements. This is why I wanted to stress an opportunity, which I believe is very important, and we were offered this opportunity by the Ministry of Economics. The Italian Ministry of Economics made a decision. Public spending must be analyzed in order for it to be qualified. So we cannot base everything on the spending review mechanisms. We must enter into processes. When I first listened to these words, I couldn't believe my ear, because this is a very innovative approach. And this is an initiative that involves all departments of public administration. So the healthcare spending was mentioned and was considered by the Ministry of Economics as an investment, something incredible that had never happened before. So all administrations were invited to find ways to improve the quality of expenditure, the quality of spending, finding ways to do things better, spending the same amount, or doing the same thing but spending less. But always focusing on results, not simply making cuts. And, well, in our case, I explained to them that our budget is quite limited. So if we have the possibility to do the same for the national healthcare system, which accounts for 35 billion euros, we might find some space for maneuver. This is why we have created 2 different working groups to implement this program through the cooperation of experts and some representatives from the Italian regions. The goal is to detect all those fields in which we might do things better. We have to understand that if there are things that we are currently doing and that in the future we might do in a better manner, for example, by using the very same resources but achieving better results, or achieving the same results but by using less resources. We can implement this program on one process only, or we can implement this program with this project on this program, yes, on different programs at the same time. And this is a kind of culture that we are trying to implement and disseminate nowadays. For the first year, we've proposed something quite simple. We tried to understand what was happening and what might happen within the national healthcare system in low-risk scenario if we got rid of the unnecessary things. We studied the situation. We created a pilot project in 2024, and we understood that as for the ASA2, 70% of surgeries could be performed without preoperative routine. And we made some calculations, and we understood that these had a value of 120 million euros. So, you know, this is a very important finding. And so the other regions started to trying to do the same because this would translate in a very important saving. And those savings could be used in other sector or for other purposes. And in the case of breast implants, we found out that there was the possibility to improve the situation with reference of different aspects. Here you can see the percentage of patients where flap harvesting was performed if compared to patients that were implanted breast implants. We tried to understand what might happen if we try to promote a change in this regard, if we try to increase the percentage of flap harvesting and reduce the percentage of breast implants. Well, what we discovered is that all of these would translate into important savings, higher value and higher savings. This is just an example for you to understand how we can plan our programs based on scientific evidence. This is just an example that we can replicate in many different contexts. Having said this, I'll conclude my intervention, and I want to thank Mr. Ventimiglia, Mr. Menini, Mr. Iachino, and Ms. Campanale. And we will do everything possible to use in the best way possible the data available thanks to the National Registry. Thank you very much, because you allowed us to understand how we can use those pieces of information also within the ministry. They might be of great help so to make a good and adequate planning. And I'll now leave the floor to Director Lorusso so to conclude this first session. Thank you to all of you. I wanted to share something with you after the many presentations that were done and after looking at the report that has been introduced. Well, I cannot see Maurizio Stumbo, the director of SOGEA, anymore. However, I'm working with him on the ADS, and you know, the capability of interconnecting all data available is very important. There is a great potential within the ministry because we have many pieces of data available. So the idea is to use those data to pursue our goals. And this is exactly what the Undersecretary mentioned during his intervention, the necessity of creating this interconnection among data and the SDO flow. We would like, through this project, which is called Extended Interconnection, what we would like to increase this interconnection, not only with one flow only, but with all flows available. We have started doing so also in the case of flows that have nothing to do with the Ministry of Health, that have to do, for example, with the Ministry of Economics. And this is a great challenge. The possibility of interconnecting those pieces of data has a great potential, not only in epidemiological terms, but also in planning and treatment terms. The decree that was signed last December would allow us to create interconnection between our health professionals and our patients so to better manage their healthcare data. This is the biggest challenge we have ahead of us. So how to put value and how to enhance the value of all data available. Today we've listened to some concrete examples that show to us that we are on the right track. Thank you. Mr. Cicchetti, did you want to add something? Yeah, just a communication that is also related to the efforts we're doing. On March the 5th, we're going to introduce the data of the SDO report for the year 2023. And we are also going to talk about the evolution of information flows for the hospitals. We will show what we have done and the actions that will be concluded by the year 2026, and we will talk about the new classification of CIPE procedures that would help us to implement the elements of the information flows arising out of breast implant surgeries. This is just to show you a continuity that links the different actions taken by the Ministry of Health. We're going to skip the coffee break since we are a bit late, and we will immediately start our second session with a roundtable on the role of the regional governance, on the role of the registries in the regional governance. I'll invite here on stage Mr. Marcello Gemmato and the moderators Achille Iachino and Andrea Piccioli.
Io dico chi sono. Io dico chi sono, così tanto.
Allora, io nel frattempo che... liberi tutti. Allora, nel frattempo che vi accomodate, io, allora, anche qui diciamo una... Sì, vieni Nicola. Allora, un piccolo...
Meanwhile, I wanted to communicate a little change that we decided to do for the program. I beg pardon to our friends from the different regions, but unfortunately, Mr. Nicola Barni has to leave us at 12. So I must give him the floor before he goes. For the second part of the day, what we are gonna do is talk about the registry, of course, and if this registry is giving us important data, and we have already appreciated its potential. And this was possible thanks to the hard work made by the Ministry of Health and thanks to the hard work made by the many departments, institutional bodies, the Istituto Superiore di Sanità, and many different institutions that took part in this process, as well as the industry world, which is also very important. And I will moderate this session together with Andrea Piccioli. Thank you, Achille. It is a great pleasure for me to be here today. This is a very special moment. And we are here as the result of a synergy that is currently producing very good results. We have analyzed interesting results. And as Mr. Cicchetti said, these data are also very useful if we want to do a good planning. The cooperation between the Ministry of Health and the regions is performed on a daily basis. What we do is mapping 75,000 processes among the 150,000 implanted. I consider that number as too low because it doesn't allow us to provide a clear figure of the situation, especially because it does not include the arthroprothesis, for example. So we're currently working to change the situation, to improve the number of data available, and to find a solution to this fundamental problem. If you all agree, we can start this panel. So I'll leave the floor to the president of Confindustria for medical devices. Thank you, Mr. Iachino, and thank you to all the organizers. It is a great pleasure for me and an honor to be here in front of you to talk about such an important topic as is the Italian National Registry of Breast Implants. I'll try to be as short as possible, but I've taken some notes. I tend to have a constructive and critical approach. And today, I must admit that I've listened to many positive things. I cannot say that I totally agree with what I've listened to, but I almost totally agree with what I've listened to. As Mr. Menini said, we must go beyond the silo logics. We must increase funds and fundings for the Ministry of Health, but this is not sufficient. The registry was considered as a fundamental model, but it is just the starting point for a very long journey. This is not the conclusion. Having data available means having a tool available to make informed decision. And there is also another aspect that was stressed and that I believe is very important: the compulsory nature of registry filling out, because if we do not feed registries with data, we will not have the necessary data to implement the right policies.
Del fatto che la spesa deve essere
Expenditure must be qualified. We cannot talk about spending review. We must think of healthcare spending and think of it as an investment. This was also affirmed in the previous interventions, and I believe it is extremely important. The work which was introduced today is a huge work, a very valuable one. The National Registry is something more than a modern tool to manage healthcare data. It is a true governance leverage, and as such, it is related to security, safety, quality, traceability, transparency, all things that translate into a higher security for our citizens and a higher accessibility of our healthcare system. We've always privileged the partnership with the institutions and Confindustria. We are quite a mature actor, so we are ready to reason in such a manner. I really want to congratulate on you for your initiative and for what you've done. No criticisms this time, but we might mention some opportunities in this case. I believe that every subject participating in the creation of a registry is a necessary condition, but not a sufficient one, because the system, in my opinion, draws added value from the mixing of the different competencies. So this is an important aspect we have to stress. So the different components have a value that is higher than their algebraic sum. So this is something I wanted to say in terms of innovation and quality. And as the representative of the industrial world, I must admit that we already have to comply with different obligations deriving from European regulations.
And this for reasons, different reasons. Sometimes you need 24 months before you can introduce a new technology, and then we also have to consider the costs. But these same regulations that we understand, because we talk about safety and about medical devices. So we're talking about the health of the patients. And I think we are doing a great job with the Ministry of Health, with Mr. Iachino, but also with the other entities. So I am sure that we will find a way to reduce times. But the same regulations also impose the duty to monitor data. So I think that this could be a good opportunity, because the registry is managed by a public authority, this is clear, but each one on its behalf, including the industry, could have access to this data. because this would avoid further costs, because we have the duty to monitor the performance of post-market products. So if we have real-world data, real-time data, we saw it this morning. We had data extracted at 7:30 a.m. in the morning. This could mean saving costs for administrations, and at the same time, it would also comply with the requirements of the regulations. But I can tell you even more. From my point of view, this totally transparent mechanism could even trigger a sort of a virtuous competition among companies, because if I see that my processes last 2 years and the one of my competitor lasts 20, I will do something in order to raise my quality level. So in the end, companies can exploit this data in order to do R&D, to improve their technologies, and therefore to enhance and improve public health. And the third point is something I thought when we heard Professor Rakost, because if we make a comparison among registries, we have the possibility to have data that can help us make better choices. And then there is another topic, which is about transparency and traceability, because in my opinion, the registry is a way to trace data and to have a visibility of the entire process from manufacturing to clinical monitoring. And so we can have a series of clinical outcomes and parameters, because I think that we can even stratify data by patient, by pathology. So a series of synthesis and observations on this data, and this is key. So I think that this could be an important thing. Professor Cicchetti said it before in terms of planning, because we need data in order to have a better planning, but we could even have critical outcomes that can even be helpful for procurement. We talk a lot about procurement, but we are still lagging behind compared to other countries, and this could be an opportunity to have tangible data that can help us to procure in a more reasonable way, and companies could develop technologies in a more scientifically rigorous way. I will conclude by saying that we also worked with our Istituto Superiore di Sanità, the framework of the Greco-RP project. I hope the name is correct, the name of the project. And this intends to be a platform that could incorporate all databases and registries, and we could add also artificial intelligence, which is relevant. We heard it before when our international colleagues spoke. Sometimes there is a lot of work behind in terms of human resources, because there are those who have to insert data, then data has to be validated. So there can be also situations where information is lacking, and so artificial intelligence using algorithms could help filling those gaps. And then there is the other important part, it is the synthesis and analysis of data, and you need professionals, and artificial intelligence can undoubtedly help. So as Confindustria Medical Devices, I stress once again the importance for us to collaborate with the Ministry and l'Istituto Superiore di Sanità, the health, and all the other actors in the field, because of course we have specific competencies on the field, including analytical competencies. And first of all, we want to promote public health and the sustainability of the sector. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Barney. I made a lot of compliments. I believe that transparency is important among manufacturers, among the central entity. This is useful for everybody, for manufacturers, for patients. I am an orthopedist, so I know very well that monitoring of processes is important over time also to avoid problems. Then we will speak about it further, but sharing data is something virtuous, and as you rightly said, it can even trigger positive competition among companies. Thank you. Yes, thank you, Nicola. Now, Olivia Leoni from the Lombardy region, Director of the Regional Epidemiological Observatory, Information Flows and Relations with Ministries, Welfare General Directorate. Thank you for being here. We said it before, one of the strengths of this registry is the fact that it combines regional competencies with what we have. If we did it, it was undoubtedly because of a teamwork, but also because we had the possibility to have an IT system. It is important to remind it the direction of IT systems gave an important contribution. So if we are here, it is also because of this work that was done. And I think it is important to stress it because you, from the regional point of view, you could see it very well. So I would like to stress this once again. And now I will give you the floor. Yes, thank you. Thank you for your invitation. Thank you, Ms. Campanale. The human factor is what allows you to be successful. In the Lombardy region, we are very happy to attend this event, and we enthusiastically participated in the creation of this Italian National Breast Implant Registry in 2022. We decided to be part of the platform, and we appreciated and followed the regulatory path that accompanied the creation of the registry, because I would like to say that it is a registry that accompanies the regulation, and at the regional level, the possibility to interconnect data for us is a particularly interesting element, also because the purpose of the treatment sometimes poses limitations. So we worked together, and now we have a regulation that gives us a certain freedom in terms of data management. The Lombardy region, as you can see, has very important figures. The private sector is very much represented, and we also include the data from accredited private entities. Therefore, also private entities provide data, especially for the aesthetical part. So the region supported the ministry in this sense, and in its own planning documents, in the past 2 years, and in particular this year, it defined some specific rules that are included in the deliberation, setting the objectives of the regional healthcare system. So now we also have a specific regional commitment. We will organize also training events, and there will also be a central regional event that will be organized with the central directorates of the agencies for the protection of health that also perform monitoring and supervisory tasks. And then there will be other events in the 8 different agencies in order to have more capillary training activities, because we want to train and inform our staff. First of all, we want to communicate the importance to support the path, also by involving the private sector more and more. We have accredited private entities and public entities that are undoubtedly monitored and that are an easier target to reach. Instead, for fully private entities, as you can well imagine, you need a quite wide network. And then another important element is to raise awareness. This is not something that we will probably do during the central event, but we will do it probably in the secondary events. And therefore, we will raise awareness, in particular among surgeons, in order to improve clinical practices and best practices in general, because they represent an important part of the system. And finally, last but not least, I would like to mention the role of the agencies for the protection of health in terms of governance and planning at the regional level. Of course, in agreement with the regulatory authorities. And this in order to be able to perform the necessary activities, also through procedures that could be adopted also together with other regions in order to perform these checks. So this is an important moment, undoubtedly, in order to strengthen this interaction between the ministry and our region. Not just for the training events, but also in order to build a common heritage that can be useful for regional planning. And thank you once again.
Rimango pure, dottoressa. Io a questo punto direi di chiamare, di far venire qui anche.
I would like to call the other representatives of the regions that are here, Miss Rita Mottola, Miss Patrizia Falcone, and Miss Jeanette Monzillo.
Va bene, Nicola, grazie. No, e poi c'è il dottor Trama che però è collegato perché per altri impegni.
And then we have Mr. Ugo Trama, who is connected remotely from Campania region.
Allora, andando nell'ordine che abbiamo qui, io do la parola alla dottoressa Rita Mottola, che è
Now we have Rita Mottola, Pharmaceutical Prosthetics Medical Devices Directorate, Health and Social Care Area, Veneto Region. Thank you, Director. I would like to thank you for inviting us, because I believe it is a very significant event. I would like to thank Dr. Campanale, because she really pushed us all to collaborate, to create and implement this beautiful registry. It undoubtedly is a beautiful tool, but I would like also to remind you that we didn't start last year or in 2022. We started working for this registry in 2019, when we were working on the feasibility of the registry itself. So if we are here today, it is because of the efforts made in the past years. I would like to say that Ms. Campanale had the advantage of having colleagues like Ms. Falcone and Ms. Monzillo, and also Mr. Tram, I was connected remotely, and also colleagues in other regions like Ms. Olivia Leone and Ms. Rovesco, that collaborated so that we could reach this important result. So really a hero. Thank you all. It would be stupid to say something that is already self-evident. It is clear that the regions implemented the registry, that they gave indications to their structures, and of course they produced the documents that are required, because there are regional documents providing guidelines and that involve structures and tell them what to do. But I would like to say something more about what we did. I don't know if it is possible to project a slide. I prepared 3 slides.
No, l'abbiamo inviata, esatto, quindi ringrazi mille perché appunto, ma proprio 3 slide che consentano un po' di seguire quello che è stato.
These slides are useful to present the work that we started to do.
Ottimo, bravissimo, grazie, la collaborazione è sempre tutto. Ecco, qui vi ho un po'
Here you have a summary of our work, because when you communicate with the structures and the professionals, when you communicate that there is a requirement to implement the registry, and when you explain the reason why, because there is a regulation, but there is also something more, the important thing is also to use this data, because this data can tell you whether you are doing good or not. So monitoring the work of professionals is something that we have to do according to a given rationale, and we also started producing reports for the first part of the year, January, June 2024, because of the access we had to the registry data, also provided by Ms. Campanale. So we provided a report based on the kind of intervention, if it was a reconstructive surgery or not, and perhaps, how to say, the most interesting thing is this table that I'm going to show to you, and here, for us, understanding whether the registry was correctly implemented required a factor. How could we know whether data was comprehensive or not? Well, we thought that we could cross this data with the releases from the hospitals, so with the hospital discharge records, and we made this comparison. As you can see in the column on your left, in the first semester we had a coverage of about 50%, so this was alarming. So after this, we immediately asked to justify these discrepancies and to immediately correct the errors, because there was not an objective reason probably. And probably the fact that the registry had to be implemented was not clear. So this is the analysis that we made on the public health facilities. And then we did the same for accredited private facilities. So we did the same analysis for the period January to September. And you can see that the percentage has improved, and it is 87% of data included compared to the hospital discharge records. So on the one hand, this was encouraging, and on the other, we understood that the information was not clear or had not been clearly communicated, or maybe the facilities had not understood the need to implement this registry. We did the same analysis that you can see in the following slide. And here you see that in accredited private healthcare facilities, the percentage was already higher, 81% in the first semester, and it became almost full in the second period. This is a work that is still ongoing. And which are the following steps in addition to collaborating and making a series of analyses? Well, we will make a periodical reporting for our region, and then we will organize training days, because as Ms. Leone said, it is necessary to provide a specific training. I would like to say also that during a training day on medical devices, we presented the importance of the registry, and we already provided information on this requirement, but probably it had to be more specific, and therefore we should speak with all the healthcare professionals. But I will tell you even more. We thought that since this is an objective that must be achieved, we introduced a specific objective with a specific indicator in the regional deliberation that sets the objectives for the good functioning of healthcare facilities. So probably we will achieve the results. Thank you, everybody. This is what we are going to do.
Allora, grazie dottoressa Mottola. Un po' di aggressività fa sempre bene. Mi fanno pena quei...
Thank Ms. Mottola. Some flexibility is always good.
Certo, sta riprendendo. Allora, adesso passiamo alla dottoressa Falcone.
Let us now move forward with Ms. Patrizia Falcone from the Emilia-Romagna region. Good morning to all of you, and thank you especially to all of you. As the Emilia-Romagna region, we are organized this way. We were waiting for the publication of the report to meet our healthcare professionals, the surgeons, implementing the registry, presenting our and your beautiful report, and implementing it at a regional level. So we are currently studying regional data compared to national data. What have we detected? The fact that traceability is well stressed. As for medical devices, we already knew what public healthcare facilities were using, because there was already a registry available. We already knew what they were using. In this case, thanks to the presence of a national registry, there is a new horizon that opens up towards the private and the accredited private. In this case, thanks to the registry, we have an updated information on private healthcare facilities. So we know what the private healthcare facilities are, and what are the healthcare facilities to which we might address. The kind of breast implants that are used may vary, as was mentioned before, depending on their shapes, depending on their models. So these are important data to be considered. And when analyzing the causes for revision, like, for example, capsular rupture, capsular contracture, the rupture of prosthesis without silicone expansion, what we have seen is that public healthcare facility signaled this problem through the use of the surveillance mechanism. So those accidents are reported as accident. Whereas in the case of private healthcare facilities, those cases are not reported. This is why we must focus on this. We have created in Emilia-Romagna a parallel network of people dealing with surveillance. It is a parallel structure working both in the private and in the public field. So thanks to the registry and the updated graphic, we can detect the unreported accidents quite easily. Furthermore, we've also seen that even if we've underlined how important it is to report accident, there are some lacking data. When do we have to report a broken implant? What is the lifespan of an implant? These are pieces of information that are much needed to implement an homogeneous approach. Another thing is that we would like to underline the opportunity to have an immediate creation of the so-called tessera al portatore, that is to say, the need to give the implanted patient information about the implants they receive. Thank you very much. We will draft conclusions at the end of all interventions and allow the floor to Ms. Janet Monzillo from the Tuscany region. She deals with society, welfare, and social cohesion. Thank you to all of you. I do also want to thank all of you on behalf of the Tuscany region that I do represent today. This is an important opportunity in which all regions can share their experiences and they can create an ever stronger and robust network. Today I'm here to share our experience that was already mentioned by previous interventions. Over the last months, Tuscany region is experimenting the potential of the National Registry and the regional registries of breast implants has a good strategy for the procurement of medical devices. The objective is to improve quality of treatment and guaranteeing at the same time the sustainability of the regional healthcare system. In Italy, the management of the procurement system for medical devices is almost always based on the most advantageous offer. We do analyze intrinsic features of the medical device, of course, but we do not analyze clinical benefits and medical-based evidence, so to guarantee quality treatment and provide comparative analysis among the different devices and put on the market a specific medical device based on scientific evidence. Well, in this case, clinical benefit is an important parameter, a pivotal one, I would say, and this is also supported by a ministerial decree of August 10th, 2018, that provides for a new procurement strategy for medical devices based on the evidence-based medicine and HTA evaluation. So, the result of all of this allows us to create adequate purchasing strategies, and the Tuscany region wants to play an important role in this regard. The scientific evidence available with regard to medical devices, especially the comparative one, are quite scarce. So the possibility of relying with such a kind of registry based on an IT structure would allow us to draw from it to have data available on the performance of the medical device and on the benefits that the use of such medical device might guarantee to patients. And Tuscany region is also supported by a regional law introducing clinical benefits within the processes leading to the purchase of medical devices. There is another decision dating back to 2021 that created guidelines to purchase medical devices based on a procurement strategy based on value. In this case, mention is made of different computation strategies that allow us to focus on clinical outputs, guiding the choice of a specific medical device. So in these cases, we might prefer the use of a more expensive medical device, which is supported by robust clinical evidence and clinical literature. Therefore, what we would like to do in our region is to join data made available by the Regional Registry of Breast Implants and the questionnaire for the regional consumer. This would allow us to better understand what are the preferred breast implants, also in the case of private healthcare facilities, and to perform market surveys to the benefit of our patients. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Monzillo. I totally agree with what you've said. It is a highly valuable planning tool. And now I leave the floor to Mr. Ugo Trama. Is Mr. Ugo Trama with us? Is he connected?
Eccolo. Ce l'abbiamo in macchina.
Non la sentiamo, dottor Trama? Non la sentiamo. Eccolo. Proviamo un po' a comunicare.
Si è scollegato? Proviamo alla vecchia maniera. Si sta ricollegando. Non risponde neanche al telefono, era in macchina, speriamo tutto bene. Ecco, proviamo. No. Secondo Folli. Sì, vabbè, andiamo avanti e poi... No, comunque era l'ultimo intervento.
Okay. Here was the last planned intervention, but we are not managing to establish a connection with him. However, I really would like to thank all participants to this roundtable for showing the results achieved. We must act on different levels, on a national level, but also on a regional level. Now, Mr. Trama called me. He's on the phone. Let's see what happens.
No, allora lui dice ci vede, ci sente.
Okay, he can see and listen to us, but unfortunately, we cannot see him and listen to him. So, first of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation. I would like to thank the Ministry of Health. I'm really sorry for not being with you today, but I had another commitment. I really wanted to thank for the great work made by the Ministry of Health for the activation of the Italian National Registry of Breast Implants. I'm talking about the Campania region, which made a decision a few months ago, and we activated the completion of the so-called surveillance system. I'm not talking about a sanctioning system, because the sanction is not to be part of our way of working. But however, sometimes it is necessary when we make assessments and we detect some malfunctioning. So thanks to the registry, we also found out some clinical procedures which are not in line with the guidelines provided. The registry is also a tool that allows us to make a good planning at a regional level. As for the use of breast implants on the regional territory, involving not only public healthcare facilities, but also accredited private healthcare facilities. We should go on working as we've done over the last months, cooperating with the other Italian regions and with the Italian ministry. This is the only way to implement properly the guidelines provided. The administration of the Campania region has fully understood how important it is to monitor all those actions. Lack of controls resulted in cases of bad healthcare practices. So it is very important to perform surveillance from a physical viewpoint, from an economic viewpoint, and for a safety viewpoint. Thank you to all of you for participating in this conference. I had the opportunity to follow the other interventions and speeches made, and really thank you from my side for the high quality of the speeches made and the high quality of the communications released by the Ministry of Health itself. Thank you, Ugo. You really wanted to be part of today's conference, so thank you for participating, even if not in the way initially planned. Okay, just a few words for thanking all of you and for being here with us today. We have a long experience in terms of surveillance activity, registries, and so on and so forth. So we know how important it is as a form of, as a tool of transparency. So this is a very important day, an excellent one, because we've established a strong cooperation among the different actors. We will see if we'll be able to do the rest in the next future. If I may, I would like to say something else. if this registry has worked properly, it is because there was a good organization behind it. There was not, in the past, the right body pushing for the implementation of the registry itself. But now things have worked differently from the past. As Mr. Menini also said before, we should now act as an example for the opening of other national registries of implantable devices. We're talking about things and tools that are implanted into our bodies. So we need to be aware of what is happening. We need to record all data, gather all data, and understand what happens. This is exactly what the National Registry allows us to do. Thank you very much. Intervention without microphone.
The interpreter apologizes, but the mic is off.
Dottoressa Mottola, è chiaro che
I agree with you, Ms. Mottola. It is clear that the ideas and proposals have to be made by people. And it is clear that regulations may also help, and it is also quite complicated. Thank you very much.
L'altra sessione della giornata, io invito la dottoressa.
I invite Ms. Mainolfi, Director General former Directorate General of Health Professions and Human Resources of the National Health Service. She should moderate the session with Ms. Campanale, but Ms. Campanale has another commitment with the press office, so I will moderate the session with you until Ms. Campanale joins us. This is the other side of the coin we are discussing here, because so far we have discussed about the perspective from the governance of the system and the regional part. Now we will discuss the perspective of the professionals and scientific associations. Mr. Anelli, unfortunately, cannot be with us. We have Ms. Cosmo Maurizio Ressa, Mr. Egidio Riggio, Mr. Secondo Folli, that should be connected, Gian Domenico Nollo, and Miss Cinzia Di Novi. Now I will give the floor to my colleague, Ms. Mainolfi. Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Mr. Iachino, for your invitation and for the great work you and Ms. Campane did as Directorate General for Medical Devices to create this breast implant registry. From the perspective of healthcare professionals, I'd like to start from what our colleagues said before, because it is important to promote networking. And the most important thing that was underlined by our colleagues before, and that is the reason of the success of our registry, is also the contribution given by professionals. So we are aware And we agree with what the regions said today. So the need that healthcare professionals are adequately trained, also in relation to the specific functioning of the registry. And to this regard, I would like to say that I am fully available as member of the National Commission for Medical Training, and I will speak about this topic with the presidency, and I will mention the need to organize specific courses. Then, of course, it is also quite a sensitive topic. There was a circular letter in 2012 for the people that have to perform reconstructive surgeries for aesthetic purposes. And based on that, the deliberation by Campania region is particularly important because it underlined the role of professional orders. So the vigilance activity that is performed by the regions and the competent entities according to the regional models, and then also the vigilance role of the professional orders, because of course these orders play a role and they have to confirm compliance to the deontological code by the healthcare professionals. We know the activities that healthcare professionals have to have in order to do this kind of surgeries, but what has recently happened is that for aesthetic surgeries, there is also an ethical side, and the provision of 2012 said that surgeries in women under a certain age are forbidden, and there is also a sanction. So the role and the training of healthcare professionals is important because we need both a technical and ethical deontological training, and the role of scientific associations is key in this regard. You know that better than me because it is a quite sensitive aspect. And the topic today is exactly this. So, training is key, and the role of medical orders is important. We work in close collaboration with the Association for the Training of Medical Doctors. I'm sorry that Mr. Anelli could not be here, but we really work in close cooperation, and of course we are available to provide all the necessary support in order to ensure the quality of professionals, because the registry also makes us think about this, about the transparency. And so it allows us to know things that otherwise we would know because of a specific incident. So the registry focused on the training, the quality, and the professionalism of medical doctors. Now, I will give the floor to Cosmo Maurizio Ressa. Thank you for the invitation. I am the director of the Plastic and Reconstructive Surgery Oncology Institute in Bari, and I would like to thank my colleague because She presented the other side of the coin as regards today's topic. I don't see anybody from the Apulia region, but Under Secretary Gemato is here, and she's from the same region. We discussed about prostheses, and we are quite reassured. I see that Antonella is back. And the important thing is to consider all that as an extension of Law 86 of 2012. As it was said, the study of prostheses is good, but it's also important to consider who implants the prostheses. Even if there was a law that identified the specializations that can perform this kind of surgeries, after 2012 there were no checks. In this breast implant registry, we can have control because on the platform there is even the name of the medical doctor who did the surgery. So the director said it before, we should proceed step by step. But in this longer path, what we have to consider, especially in terms of aesthetic medicine, surgery, is also that we have to take and make interventions also for other kind of surgeries. Let me make a simple example. They introduced some limitations as regards driving, and we saw that the number of deaths on the streets have decreased. So what we have to do is to provide safety to our patients, and it's clear that with this registry we have a lot of data, and I was astonished because patients that did chemotherapy and radiotherapy have a duration of prosthesis of 4 years. For us, working in oncological institutes, this is a very important data. It should make us change our mind on how these situations should be treated. This is already an important data in itself, and we will have many other data that we could consider from a scientific point of view, and we could even change our surgical techniques for the safety of the patient. And one final issue is this. I was invited to Far West, a TV emission on Rai channel, and what they did was visiting several countries bordering Italy, and they talked about healthcare tourism. So the question is, these processes are going to be implanted on Italian patients abroad. How will they be monitored once these patients are back to Italy? This is also an information that we have to give to our patients, because it could stop patients going abroad just because it costs less. But then if there are complications, our national healthcare system has to take care of them. So this is another piece of information that we can provide to patients and say that if these patients are implanted abroad, they will not be monitored, and so their implant will not be part of the registry. Thank you. Thank you, Maurizio. I apologize because of course I'm part of the organization, and so because of a small problem I had to leave you. I imagine that the director has already thanked you, but I would like to thank you personally once again for the important collaboration we have with you and with your directorate, because as Maurizio said, what we are trying to do in our healthcare system is to provide a quality assistance, and quality is what well-prepared professionals can provide. So you know how much we worked together. Thank you, Marella, for your continuous support, especially in this moment when, as you said, Maurizio, the registry has become also a vigilance and a monitoring tool. The registry didn't introduce anything new compared to 2012. Today, with the registry, we can better perform checks for the protection of the health of our patients. Let me now introduce Professor Riggio. He is a member of the Aesthetic Plastic Surgery Association. We would like also to say hi to the president, who is abroad because of other international congresses. Egidio, from the point of view of the scientific associations, how can this registry be helpful for you also in terms of data? Yes, good morning, everybody. Thank you for this great initiative. I represent the Italian Association of Aesthetic Plastic Surgeons, and I'm also a member of the National Institute for Cancers in Milan, and I was also a member for the reorganization of breast units in the Sicilian region. So I have quite a varied experience and background from north to south of Italy. And talking about trustability, I would like to say that it is important, we said it before, for the monitoring of medical facilities and medical doctors performing these surgeries. But it is also important for the patients, especially those who go abroad. And in that case, we do not even know what they did and if they were supported by professionals. Maybe the rules were not followed, but then these patients come back to Italy. And then another thing is that we can also have foreign patients undergo surgeries here in Italy, and they have also to be registered. So trustability is important for medical purposes, for vigilance-related purposes, in order to know the possible related aspects. I had prepared some slides. We discussed these aspects already from an epidemiological point of view. For example, capsular contractures and also the breaking of the outer part. And we know that there are implants and devices that can last for just 2 or 3 years because of the interactions with the body. And therefore there can be an early break. But there are also devices that can last for 20, even 25 years in some patients. So it is very important to monitor and to protect women's safety. Other problems related to devices are very rare diseases, and the registry helps us to calculate the prevalence of these rare diseases. This is something that no scientific society could do alone. There are scientific studies. Sorry, we lost the slide. This is, for example, a graph showing the anaplastic lymphoma calculated by the ministry, and so by Antonella Campanale, and we see the incidence that is quite low compared to some scientific studies that were published. So the registry is important, and its importance goes beyond some scientific studies that are evidence-based, because a single scientific study cannot allow you to draw conclusions. It may be biased. Instead, the registry is unbiased for how it is organized in Italy. The other important thing is the analysis of adverse events that could be related to the model of the processes, to the manufacturer. In the past, unfortunately, with the experience of the PIP in France, there was a scandal, and this led to the law of 2012. And we identified the problem because nobody knew who the women were having these processes with non-medical silicone. So it was also alarming for women because they didn't know whether their prostheses were affected or not. And then also the surgery revision is important. So the information about how many surgeries are performed after the first surgery. And usually the average time is 11 years for patients with implants for aesthetic purposes. Instead, for prostheses implanted for reconstructive purposes, the average time is 8 years. So there is also an impact deriving from chemotherapy or radiotherapy. So even the tissues can be damaged because of this radiotherapy. And this registry, I believe it makes no difference in relation to chemotherapy before a surgery and after a surgery. In my experience, because of a study I published on a British journal, there is no incidence on pre-surgery chemotherapy, but there is an influence deriving from post-surgery chemotherapy. But in any case, radiotherapy can definitely have an impact. It would be interesting to analyze this more, and so to analyze whether this damage is due to the therapies. Also, in terms of revision surgeries, because implanting or substituting prostheses before or after therapy or after treatments with adipose cells can affect results a lot, and this can be important even at the regional level in order to understand whether some reconstructions are appropriate in order to avoid revision surgeries. And the same for the break of these implants. In this case, there is not so much difference between aesthetic purposes and reconstructive purposes. It is 15 versus 13 years, but capsular contracture has a great impact. And I believe that it is easier for patients to have revision surgeries that are objective, that are maybe not done for aesthetic purposes because it would have a cost for the patient. This is something that exists. You cannot say that after 15 years you have to replace or substitute prostheses. But there are patients that after 25 years still have a prosthesis. But one thing is certain, eternal prostheses do not exist. That is why the implant is important. I think I will stop there. Thank you, Egidio. I have to say that this is very interesting because we are starting to discuss about the information resulting from the data. We said it this morning. We are at the beginning in terms of research, in terms of study, and finally we have a real-world data, reliable data, and this is very important because then we will listen to our colleagues. The most difficult thing is to work using reliable data, and all the questions we ask ourselves represent the next steps. And what we hope, thanks to this data, is that we will be able to provide responses so that aesthetic medicine surgery will improve. Mariella? Yes, let me say that for senological surgery, we should have Dr. Secondo Folli connected, and I want to say that we are working with the Observatory for Specialistic Education, and we are working for in order to identify a specific specialistic path for senological surgery. I also saw the data and the registry, and we are trying to consider all the things that are required in order to improve the training and education of professionals in order to improve the health of our citizens. And now we have Dr. Francesco Secondo Folli, President of Italian National Association of Breast Surgeons, Director of Senology, IRCCCS Foundation National Cancer Institute. Good morning.
Buongiorno a tutti, mi sentite?
Sì. Good morning to all of you. Can you listen to me? Yes, we do. I have some problems because while I speak, I can listen to the translation into English. I am the representative of breast surgeon in Italy, and I'm very much interested in the data that were presented this morning, the many sets of data that were presented by Ms. Campanale. And this is enough to justify the existence of the National Registry of Breast Implants. As oncologist surgeons, we're very much interested in reconstruction. The data that were presented already show some of the problems that we are experiencing. For example, I might mention the percentage of, make mention of this span between the first surgery and the revision surgery, especially for those patients undergoing chemotherapy and radiotherapy. I was very much surprised by the very short interval, 6 years and less than 6 years in the case of patients undergoing chemotherapy and radiotherapy. And this would lead us to ask ourselves some questions. We should maybe review the path of those patients. There is a problem in terms of saving, of course, but do not forget the fact that interventions with autologous tissue do also have some complications that we cannot underestimate. the operation takes a lot of time, it's very long, so there is also the possibility to increase waiting list. We should open a debate in this regard. The DPTR relating to those patients undergoing chemotherapy and radiotherapy should be reviewed and changed. We do not have immediate solutions, but this is just an indication I would give to you, just to review and debate about this aspect. Beyond this, there is another interesting aspect I would like to share with you. The fact that breast implants, the use of breast implants has increased over the last years in Italy. And it is very important for our patients in terms of quality of life. So we are very much interested in having results and data relating to breast implants, because it is very useful for us, the oncology surgeons. Why do I say this? Because, for example, nowadays, indication for radiotherapy for patients undergoing breast implants is increasing. So we cannot underestimate the consequences of this. This is why we really wait forward to have the data of the National Registry available as soon as possible, so to act accordingly. Thank you. Thank you very much. I totally agree with you. There is a lot of work that we can do together. There are many protocols that should be reviewed, some guidelines that should be reviewed too. There is something that we have not mentioned before, is the fact that the Italian National Registry is very young, so we need more time, so to have more data available to be analyzed. But this is why, in parallel with the gathering of data, we are also analyzing data coming from the last 14 years of the SDO, the hospital discharge records. And it is thanks to those data that we have seen that 17% of patients undergoing breast implants had to have a revision surgery. And flap harvesting might imply a revision surgery, but in this case, this revision surgery would account for 0.7%, so a much lower percentage. I do not want to say that there is a kind of reconstruction that is better than another. This is not my intention. This is not what I wanted to say. But what we must consider is that from a reconstructive viewpoint, the options for women are a lot. And I'm sure you all agree with me, we should always consider what is the best for that specific woman in the light of the kind of cancer she might have, the specific anatomy she has, and so on and so forth. So in view of all those factors, we have to choose the best reconstructive technique for her, so to ensure the best results possible, and so to try, at least try to avoid those surgeries that in some cases might also be the result of a wrong indication. Yes, the indication is a pivotal thing, so data will be essential to give the right indication depending on the case, and to review everything. Because, for example, as you said, flap harvesting is very important because from the one side it takes more time to be performed, but at the same time there is a much lower number of revision surgeries when it is used. So we should also analyze this factor besides cost of interventions. With the directorate, we're also working on this. We are currently reviewing the national code. We are working together for this. And now, may I add something? Yes, of course. Yes, of course. It is all the more clear that the oncological therapy have to be customized, and the same goes for the breast implants. But at the same time, the data shown need to be analyzed in depth. Simply saying that chemotherapy and radiotherapy may affect some way the reconstruction or compromising the reconstruction procedure is a truth, but at the same time, we do not know the number of people submitted to radiotherapy or chemotherapy experienced such a kind of a problem. So we need to rely on complete data. I totally agree with what you've said, absolutely. We will see what will happen. And now introduce Gian Domenico Lollo, President of the Health Technology Assessment, an Italian company, and Associate Professor of Bioengineering, Associate Professor at the University of Trento. Mr. Nollo, it is a great pleasure for us to have you with us. It is the first time that we involve economy scientists, so a great pleasure for all of us. Thank you for your invitation. Thank you for understanding how important the role we play is. I want to start with one word that is very beautiful. Everything is very beautiful from three different perspectives. First of all, from the perspective of the citizen. Today, we've introduced this panel, this round table, talking about cancer, such a bad word, an ugly word, but cancer can be there and it can be treated. We're talking about a progression, a development in the way we treat citizens. So thank you for this. It is also very beautiful from the perspective of a teacher. Why do I say this? Because as a professor, I teach my students how important is the quality of data. The quality of data is fundamental, because if you put garbage in, it is difficult to obtain a quality product. We perfectly know that we can recycle garbage, okay, but it implies some costs. So, all of this to say that National Registry is something that allows us to talk about quality of data. Last but not least, I wanted to talk about the reason why I was asked to intervene today. We deal with HRD, and we're here to talk about the evaluation of healthcare technologies based on the model HDA, which has not been mentioned before, apart from the presentation of Chiquetta. The HDA is based on the multi-domain analysis, so it takes into account not only the economic aspect, but also the efficacy, the ethical, legal impact. So it is a mix of all of this. And mention was also made of something that we really cherish about the appropriateness of the process. I am not an expert as you are, but you talk about appropriateness in the logics of the process. So it is not only a matter of what is the most appropriate breast implant in light of its cost. No, you are talking about the most appropriate breast surgery depending on the patient. And the National Registry, in the way you talked about it, even if it is a new tool, and I wish it a long-lasting life, 100-year life. I will not be alive by that time, but I hope you will be. But however, it is a tool that we can use to perform a technological assessment. And what this tool does is to bring us all towards the world of large data. That is to say, data characterized by 5V: volume, variety, truthfulness, value, and rapidity. So this is a tool that allows us to have all those factors. We have volume because we have high numbers, variety, many different and heterogeneous data, quickness, because as we've seen this morning, you can wake up at 7 in the morning and instead of watching the news, you can read the records, for example. This is also very important. Truthfulness, this is another point of great importance. I've listened to a great commitment from the part of the regions. The registry can work if data are introduced properly. If the introduction of data is human dependent, well, it might imply higher risks. So we must first and foremost create the culture of data. We must teach professionals how important data are. And it is not something that only involves the surgeons, but all healthcare operators. It is not something we have to teach to 150 people only, because behind every surgeon, there's the whole team, the equipe. We must teach all those people how important data are. And data are of pivotal importance, and the same goes for the preparedness of surgeons themselves. This is a central factor that you cannot underestimate every time you talk about a registry. And then you have the value. Let us go back to the procurement that was mentioned before. Let us go back to the planning that was mentioned before. So all decisions made are based on the value that can be brought about by the presence of this national registry. So thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Nallo. I would like to stress something you mentioned, the appropriateness. You mentioned the fact that surgeries have to be performed with the right professionals and in the right settings. Yeah, this is a truth. Every time we perform a surgery, all people involved have to be able to work in a team, so to provide a more efficient treatment, starting from the diagnosis up until the end of the therapeutical path. And this also translates into a higher efficiency of the treatment. So customization is central because one surgery is not the most appropriate one for all patients. Customization of treatment may face different obstacles, like the defensive medicine. What do I mean? Quite often, healthcare professionals tend to abide by guidelines, also in light of the fact of the many risks they may run. Let us think of the many disputes that may arise as a consequence of medical activity. So this is also true, and this is also an aspect that we shall take into account together with all healthcare operators, professionals. With the so-called proroga termini, we postponed the discipline that was established during the COVID pandemic and that was postponed during the lack of personnel. So in case of accidents caused by lack of personnel, there is de-sanctioning for medical doctors and for healthcare personnel. And we're currently working to plan a more precise discipline, so to allow healthcare professionals to work in a safe environment, feeling comfortable without constantly thinking of the consequences of what he is doing from a legal viewpoint, and at the same time guaranteeing patients their rights. So we need to strike a balance, which is a very delicate operation, but I was thinking of this when you were mentioning the customization of treatment, which is also very important. The topic of the National Registry may be approached from different perspectives. Let us think of the psychological aspect, thinking of the patients undergoing breast implantation. But besides this, we should also take into account the economic aspect that you also mentioned. And now I leave the floor to Professor Cinzia Di Novi, President of the Italian Association of Healthcare Economy and Aggregate Professor at the University of Pavia. Yes, I have prepared some slides. Could you please show them? I want to thank Professor Campanale and Professor Menini for the invitation. It is very important.
It's very important for me to be here because our association deals with healthcare policies. Over the past years, we have seen that the evidence-based approach is important in decision-making and in healthcare policies. And thank you. Especially in this moment when healthcare systems are under pressure because of the aging of population, the increase of chronic diseases, and also technological progress, because it offers a lot of opportunities on the one side, but on the other, it affects the cost. So it is more and more important to take informed decisions based on rigorous methods that in turn are data-based. In particular, administrative data resulting from the interaction with patients and healthcare operators. This data is particularly important for researchers and people like us. Almost all of our members are researchers, and so this data is particularly important to us because it has specific characteristics. Even if this data is not something that was created for research purposes, so you have to consider that they were not created for research, but they have characteristics that other sources of data do not have. For example, it is possible to observe patients for a long period of time. It is normally possible to have a higher number of observations, and especially the information included in the registries is usually collected in a more accurate way. As a researcher, I use both administrative data and also other sources like surveys. Recently, I wrote many documents because I am in charge of the behavioral aspect, but we have to consider that surveys are particularly important for healthcare indicators that are self-reported, and so there are a series of distortions, what is usually defined as a bias among economists. Administrative data do not have this bias, so administrative data are important especially for these, and they are particularly useful for research purposes when we have to assess healthcare policies. What we saw during the COVID-19 pandemic is the vital role played by administrative data. During the COVID-19 pandemic, administrative data allowed us, first of all, to understand the death rate, but also the number of hospital beds, and we could also manage intensive care units more effectively thanks to this data. I myself used the hospital discharge records. We mentioned them before, and I personally used these hospital discharge records in order to study the impact of COVID on some health variables. In that case, I was trying to understand whether COVID represented a barrier for the compliance with pharmacological therapies. Generally speaking, we can say that administrative data are the first base. And even during the pandemic, we used the surveys, especially for the death rate. But this data is a second base that we use. And we can say that they are also costly because making a survey and this kind of studies is particularly costly, and this is not the case for administrative data. Now, let us come to the National Breast Implant Registry. This is an important example of the value of administrative data in public health, in particular for the health of women. I will speak about the registry from an economic point of view. As a user, I could say that the data need to be complete and high quality. I have no doubt about the quality of data, and I would like to mention one article that was published a few weeks ago in January. It was published on the Lancet Regional Health, and the title was "The Italian Health Data System is Broken." This article was published by the press, and what was criticized was the incapacity of the national healthcare system to collect the data effectively. So what was criticized was the capacity of the regions to coordinate among themselves and to talk with the central authority. Please allow me to say that this is not the case of this specific registry, which instead proved that this article is not so relevant, or in any case that we can be not in agreement with this article, and I do not agree with it. And it is an example of a virtuous tool. So I would almost like to write a reply to the editor saying that we have some significant examples when regions coordinated among themselves and talked with the central authority. And I would probably do it. So data need to be high quality and complete. And for an economist, even considering all the problems related to privacy, etc., I would use an opt-out approach and not an opt-in approach. So I would do this unless there is a specific request. And then I will move to the last point on the slide. It would be important, and I'm quoting Professor Folli, who spoke before me, it would be important, in my opinion, talking from the point of view of an economist, to include in the registry also patient-reported outcome measures, so self-reported data that allow us to also consider the psychological aspect and the quality of life, as Professor Folli said before. This is particularly important because the quality of life of patients, of women patients in this case, is more and more relevant. More than one colleague mentioned the possibility to develop functionalities in order to connect the registry with other registries. Well, this is fundamental. And I imagine that this registry will be connected to the oncological registry and the hospital discharge records. So data that allow us to understand data about the patients. We as economists, we are often labeled as cost and as an expense. Yes, we do deal with costs and expenditures, but our approach is a bottom-up approach. So we look at the patients and we are interested in this equality to access healthcare services, and this is the result of the inequality from a socio-economical point of view. It is important to understand the vulnerable patients. So patients with a low revenue, a low level of education. And why am I mentioning this example? Because, and I'm addressing my colleagues, that I expect that there are some post-surgery therapies in order to reduce the risk of complications. It is likely that based on empirical data, those who have a lower revenue tend to be less compliant to therapies, and this could have negative effects to the clinical outcome, and it could have consequences, and these would mean higher costs for the national healthcare systems. So we should identify and monitor the most vulnerable patients, and this is particularly important if we think about how we could limit healthcare-related expenditures. And this is my final slide. For me, it's very important to be here. I believe that a constructive dialogue among registry stakeholders is essential. We need administrative data also, and I believe that this registry will improve scientific evidence. Thank you.
Grazie.
Thank you, Cinzia. So you mentioned collaboration. We have always believed in collaboration, and if we are here today talking about this, it's exactly because there was a great collaboration with all the actors involved, ranging from the regions, the scientific associations, and other representatives. Thank you, Professor Menini. I think that we will work together much more for the future developments. We are very late, but I have a video to show you, a video that was supposed to be shown before, and it is something important because it gives value to our Italian national healthcare system.
La mia vita è cambiata.
My life has changed when I received the results of a genetic test. and it showed something that I had always suspected. It said that I had the genetic mutation, GR2, a mutation that in its first variant became well known among the Italian public after the testimony of Angelina Jolie. But it was a lot of years before. I was very young. I was 26, almost 27. And when I was 28, after this test, I decided that the best choice for my health and for my happiness was to recur to preventive surgery. And so I underwent a bilateral mastectomy with breast reconstruction at the same time. We used the breast implants and autologous tissues. Even if I was very young, this was a choice I made alone. I had read a lot, I had made a lot of research, and I desperately tried to find a way because I was very scared. Not just because of the disease. I had lost my dear ones, for example, my mother, who died very young at 36. I was scared because I thought I could not do everything I could to be safe. And I wanted to say that at the time, talking about a genetic test and a mastectomy without a cancer diagnosis was quite unusual, at least in Italy. But I was lucky enough and I will say that I was lucky twice to have excellent masters at school and to find doctors who were able to understand that was my choice and that was the rightest choice for me. So maybe there were some perplexities and also some cultural biases because this was a taboo almost, but I could make this free choice. It was the best choice for me, for my well-being, for my health, for the rest of my life, because the secondary prevention I was undergoing was very, very difficult to bear. My life after the surgery has radically changed because I finally felt relieved. Of course, without the breast reconstruction surgery, I would have never taken this choice. Breast reconstructive surgery allowed me to remain myself, to recognize myself, to have a body that was not reconstructed, but rather full, complete, and my femininity had been preserved. And over the years, I have never been left alone. Through the Italian national healthcare system, I could replace my breast implants when it was required. I could face the critical moments. I underwent other surgeries because breast implants are not forever, but I could do that because in this country, you have the right to protect your health, even when you make this kind of choices, as it was my case. And I would like to say that because this is a treasure that we have to cherish, and we have to be absolutely aware of that. I wouldn't be here today talking about my personal story, also without this happiness. Of course, it is not something easy because when you are told you have this mutation, it is hard. But I wouldn't be here talking about this story of freedom and of happiness without that option. Today, things have totally changed because we talk a lot about the preventive surgery as an option, and then everybody can take its personal decision. Breast reconstruction surgery is a part of the treatment. So undoubtedly, even thanks to some important testimonies of very important people, there was more information about this. There is still something to analyze more in depth, but in any case, this is one of the options that a woman has. And this makes me happy because if I think about those years or about the women in my family who lived in a different time, well, I think that this is a victory for everyone. I am really moved, and what I can say quite emotionally is that I am happy, and I am happy, Mariella, you are here, and that we are two women, because working for the Italian national healthcare system and working for the Ministry of Health gives me and will give us the possibility to do even more and even better for our women patients. So thank you. Now we have another round table. But we have 10 minutes for Ms. Dalpra and for Mr. Signorini, representing the industry. We talked about collaboration, and they represent the distributors of breast implants we have worked with over the past years. So they are the people that are making sure that every breast implant is inserted in the platform, and so we have the pleasure to have them here and to listen to their perspective. And the president of Confindustria left, but he spoke about the need and the importance to give data back to the industry, and they will tell you that we know how important it is to improve so that they can do better in terms of biocompatibility of the devices, of performances. So we know that our data are also important for them to improve and to ensure the safety of patients even more. Thank you, Dr. Dalpla. Thank you for this opportunity to be here today on this important day. I am old enough because I have been working in this sector for the past 30 years. And the first time I heard speaking about the registry, it was in the year 2000 with Ministry Veronesi. Then there was the PIP scandal, and then there was the law in 2012. And we had to wait for Miss Campanale before doing what also the industry needed. We are all distributors, so there are no manufacturers of breast implants in Italy. And so now we have this registry, and now we are asked, but how many breast implants are implanted every year? Well, nobody could answer that question before the registry, but now we have the data from this registry. And let me add one thing, because much was said so far, but Mr. Raccost mentioned the breast implant registries by the Italian registry. In addition to a series of features, has something. It is the only one with data related to the breast implant distributors. So our data are even more comprehensive, because from a central point of view, we cross not just data from healthcare professionals, but also data from the companies. So what they distribute in the different sectors at the national level. And another thing, we had no idea before of who implanted our breast implants and where they were implanted. And also Ms. Falcone from Emilia-Romagna said it before. Breast implants are even implanted outside the Italian national healthcare system and in facilities that are not accredited. Sometimes there are scandals, especially in the aesthetic sector. There are facilities and we do not know whether they are accredited or not. And I believe that this registry also provides enhance in terms of safety. As regards the importance of real-world data, we spoke a lot about transparency, and the industry immediately gave its availability. So when we received the invitation, we said, finally. And I believe even Mr. Riggio showed data that are included in the report about the PI LCL. Had we had the data existing in the current registry, probably the concern at the time would have immediately been managed, because we would have had the real-world data. But now we have the Ministry of Health, the industry, the professionals, and this is helpful because we can better protect the health of our patients, and we can improve safety. We spoke about adverse events and traceability. We talked about efficiency and efficacy, HTA. So we are interested and we want to know how our devices are used. So real-world data, especially when it is high-quality data, show the real performances of our products. And so this data is helpful for us because we can understand what needs to be innovated, modified, improved in the interest of the performances. And of course, we have some duties in relation to the ministry in terms of compliance, e-reporting, post-market surveillance. We need to provide the state-of-the-art and high-quality products. We need to provide training for the use of our products, but undoubtedly we have to invest in R&D. So, to conclude, yes, this is a duty for the industry, but it is especially something the industry is willing to do, because these are data that will be used by us and that will be helpful for us to improve also in terms of performances and competitiveness. We are two competitors at this table, but of course our ambition is to do more and more. And so the higher the quantity of data, the better. And today, this is the first year we have data, complete data, and I hope that this data will help us to advance as regards the treatment of our patients. Thank you. I prepared the presentation, but I think that many of the concepts were already mentioned. First of all, I would like to congratulate you on the work that was done, and this is a starting point. We started in 2019. We as companies, we immediately joined you because we are convinced that the registry is a very important tool, especially for us, to improve and to raise awareness. So we need objective data and not subjective data. And the purpose must be to improve the gold standards. Another thing that was mentioned was adverse events and complications. A complication is never the result of one factor. It's usually the result of more factors. And knowing that allows us to say maybe I was wrong or maybe I was not wrong, but there were a series of situations that caused that complication, maybe the contracture or the break, etc., etc. but also from an aesthetic point of view. And we could use the breast implant registry also as a funnel, because maybe that complication is concentrated in a given region, in a given facility, and to specific medical doctors. Maybe that medical doctor is wrong, or maybe the medical team was not informed as regards the procedures to be followed, or maybe there was a problem in relation to the breast implants. So we need to have objective data in addition to subjective data that we collect through the post-market surveillance. Because in the end, the only objective is the quality of life for patients. We all work so that patients have the best possible outcome, so that they have both quality and safety, that are two sides of the same coin, and this is very important. And first of all, when we can objectively understand where we need to go and what we can do in order to improve, well, in that case, I think that we can all improve and understand what to do. For example, we could analyze the data and make an internal analysis and maybe say that there is something I can improve in relation to a given prosthesis, or with the company, so we could launch specific medical education activities to discuss a specific topic objectively. And in that case, then there is a subjectivity to consider. I think that data in that case become self-referential, and in that case the data are no longer useful because they become marketing data. So I think that the breast implant registry marks a change in the this is a game changer, a real innovation, so that we can all work improving our quality. And we know that prostheses in any case can break, can deteriorate, but being able to tell a patient that if she uses a given breast implant and with a given technique that the quality of her life can be ensured, well, I believe that the approach of the patient can really be different. Thank you, Pierluigi. Now, we have another video, and then the last round table.
Allora lanciamo il video intanto.
Io ho ricevuto la...
I was diagnosed of breast cancer 1 year ago, more or less. And I have to say that in reality, when I was diagnosed, I felt free, because I had made some tests, and the worst was to wait, because during that waiting time, you expect anything, even the worst news that then may come. And I have to say that I was and I am quite lucky, because I have a lot of people around me, including my family, my mother, my father, my sister, also my partner, because I rely on him, and of course I rely on him also because I had to stop working, and he has to take care of everything also at home and with our daughter, who is 6 today. And when I started this path, she was 5. So he's really important. And then there is also my best friend who has been calling me every morning since the diagnosis. So I have to say that I am lucky from this point of view. And then I have to say that all the doctors and the nurses, including some female doctors, were quite close to me. I would like to thank the Italian national healthcare systems because I am followed by a public hospital, and I have to say that it is a high quality hospital. Of course, there are some small problems, but I would not change it. So from the therapies until the surgery I did a few months ago, I was followed by excellent and prepared medical doctors, and also very available from a human point of view. My surgery was quite complex, more complex than usual, and I had a bilateral mastectomy with autologous reconstruction through MdS, and it means that the reconstruction was done during the same surgery, and it means that I have no breast implants, I have no devices in my body, so in a few years I will not have to replace my breast implants. I replaced my breast using my own tissues, which is the most natural thing to do. And some ask me, but how do you feel in this new body? But the reality is that I don't have a new body, meaning that, of course, things have to adjust, but I don't feel different. And how to say, this is the most important thing, still feeling yourself. Today, I have resumed my therapies because, unfortunately, I have to continue. These therapies are lighter compared to the past, but I still have 1 year of therapy ahead. And in any case, my approach now is different. It is really a path where you also learn to live with your therapy and to accept what happens to your body. Before starting, some people that experienced the same situation told me, you have to see it as an adventure. And I felt, well, this was not so. It was something that I didn't want to experience, but it's really an adventure because you meet a lot of people, you understand a lot of things about yourself, about the people around you. So it is really an adventure. And we will see where it will take me. We are very late, but let's open our last round table dedicated to patients. And I would like to introduce Daniela Terribile, Marzia Salgarello, Fulvia Pedani, Annalisa Mandorino, and Agnese Ferrara. I know that Mr. Terribile has to catch a train, and also Mr. Salgarello. Daniela, you are a colleague and a medical doctor, a sonologist, and you work at Fate Bene Fratelli Hospital in Rome, and you are here as president of Susan Komen Association. So over to you, Daniela.
Thank you, Antonella. I must thank the organizers, the scientific secretary, and Antonella for being so determined in carrying on this commitment, because it is thanks to her efforts that it is now possible to introduce the National Registry. And the possibility of being seated with associations last but not least. But apart from them, the institutions, scientific societies, and all those who represent this industry and distributors as well, it is a sign of our determination to act together with one only aim, that is improving quality of life in light of sustainability. This is something that we are really determined to do as an association. I'm a surgeon. I've been a surgeon for over 30 years now. And I've been working for many years now together with Marzia Salgarello. And together we had a chance to explore in depth this universe that you have showed through the clips you had prepared. During our daily lives, professional daily lives, we face many different problems. For example, as for the reimbursement, because we provide some indications, but there is also the issue of reimbursement and bilateral reimbursement, also in the presence of a cancer. So when there is a cancer, not always a bilateral surgery provides for reimbursement. So this is also a great limit that we should first of all consider, and secondly overcome. There is an absence in terms of reimbursement, which is very sad for us, not to talk about the high risk. As you listened from the first clip, something which is true for a minority of people was said. Should we look at the actual implementation of prophylactical surgery, well, I personally hope this will disappear, but however, this is a solution especially for women of a specific group of age. However, the execution of this kind of surgery has a timing that is over 1 year in almost all healthcare facilities. There are no dedicated equipment for those patients, and the risk, which is run by patients, is that they may develop cancer while awaiting for breast surgery for risk reduction. So this is a very important problem we should all be aware about. We fight together with the other institutions in order to raise awareness about this topic and this aspect. It is important to follow up the situation of these women, but we do also know what the limits of our healthcare system are. As for our association, Common is an association operating within the Gemelli Hospital. So we receive any issue and complaint relating to waiting list, timing of operation, ease of access, and so on and so forth. Furthermore, it is a forerunner at a national level. We've always tried to raise awareness around breast surgery, and most of all, we are also interested through our Center for Integrated Therapies in everything allowing for an optimization of quality of life. And in this regard, the Italian National Registry is of great help. It is a big step forward in our journey together with the institutions. Okay, let us move forward very quickly, since we do not have much time available. Please, Marzia Salgarello, you have the floor. Thank you for your invitation. The idea of this registry is excellent. We participated enthusiastically in the first phase, the pilot phase, and together we learned how many things we had the possibility to learn. And now it is very beautiful to see that the registry has become a compulsory reality. Thank you, Daniela, for everything you said. I had prepared some slides and I really wanted to show them to you because I wanted to share with you some pieces of information relating to another topic. First of all, I wanted to tell you who we are. We are a branch of the National Foundation. Our name is Beautiful After Breast Cancer, Italy. Our foundation was established in Rome in 2015, and we are part of an international project. Our aim is to help patients affected by breast cancer to rebuild their lives. We took the baton in this regard. We provided updated information, we raised awareness. We want our stakeholder to understand how important reconstruction is and psychophysical well-being is. And we also try to better train our surgeons. Let us look at some pieces of data. 1 woman out of 8 will be diagnosed with breast cancer during her lifetime. But in Italy, 55,000, around 55,000. About 1 woman out of 4 have a mastectomy, and about half of these patients undergo breast reconstruction. This underlines how important it is to address to Italian surgery centers. Doing reconstruction with autologous tissue is quite difficult because only 2% of people undergo such a kind of surgery because it is too expensive. This is why the Breast Reconstruction Awareness Day is so important. It is organized in October on a Wednesday, and thanks to the help of journalists and famous people, we try to raise awareness on the importance of breast reconstruction. Why do we have to undergo breast reconstruction? I think it is obvious, but the many testimonies that took part in this event allowed us to better spread this conviction and this message. It is not a question of femininity. The goals of the breast reconstruction are various. Breast reconstruction is done for the dignity of the human being. So it is done for quality of life. It has to do with something that has to do with the nature itself of women. We want women to be normal, so to say again. And women want to be normal again, so to feel themselves as women at large. And our day of celebration always ends with a fashion show. As you can see from the pictures I've just shown to you, those events are generally organized at the plaza. And here's a picture with the many journalists that participated in the event and the different people that allowed us to spread this message. Some more data to share with you. There is an increase in the mastectomy surgeries. There is an increased awareness of the patient and role of the informed patient in the reconstructive choice. Mastectomies are increasingly conservative, and there are many technical innovations available. So the idea of reconstructing through the use of implants is something which is a trend that is increasing over the more and more. There are some surgeries that are performed with the prosthesis put behind the muscles and others with the prosthesis placed in front of the muscle. This is a slide on the reasons for breast reconstruction. Plastic surgeons expect to receive important responses for the years to come. It is like a dream, having the possibility of drawing from so many pieces of information. And I'll now leave the floor to a journalist who's here with us today, Agnese Ferrara. We are around 100 women that reunited to talk about our projects. And we will listen from it directly by Agnese Ferrara. Good morning to all of you. The interventions I listened to were extremely interesting. The establishment of this registry and the many testimonies that we've listened to. Thank you, Marzia. What is the story of Donna per Donna? Donna per Donna is a group of plastic surgeons, female plastic surgeons, a group of women, of specialists working in breast units or performing collateral activities. A gynecologist, for example, is part of the group. So all medical doctors dealing with breast reconstruction, because our group does not only deal with breast reconstruction, it cares for women who renounce to reconstruction or who decide to undergo reconstruction, and we also care for their quality of life after surgery, in the months and years following surgery. This registry, we will try to include this registry in our campaigns, so to better inform women. The Donna per Donna group, how can I activate this? I am not a medical doctor, I'm a journalist, and I am the speaker of this group. It is an honor for me because at the very beginning there were 20, 30 people, and I used to meet, we're talking about experts working in a hospital, going all around the world to participate in Congress, but we constantly meet via Zoom meetings at 9 in the evening to talk about those topics. So every year, all those experts meet to receive the most common doubts or questions made by their patients. So it is women medical doctors talking with women patients, because what we have experienced is that there is a sort of hesitancy from the part of women talking with male medical doctor, whilst when dealing with female medical doctors, the situation changes. So they meet every year, once a year, and all those pieces of information are available on the website donnaperdonna.it. This is the central group coordinating all the other people that are part of the association. And every year we decide all together what is the topic that we want to address for the year. And this topic is included in a brochure that is distributed in the hospitals and which contains the answers of specialists to the questions made by patients and that are of interest for all patients all over Italy. So every year a different topic is chosen. The group was founded in 2019, and here I wanted to show you some titles of the brochure. In this case, the title was Anaplastic Large Cell Lymphoma and Breast Implants, because women were afraid of developing such a kind of lymphoma, and so the association decided to talk about it, talking about the facts, the possible risks, the real situation. This happened in 2019. Then, going directly to 2022, we talked about radiotherapy. Data showed that those undergoing radiotherapy experience higher risks. So for every question made by patients on this topic, the experts developed a common answer, which was not easy at all. It is not easy to shape and to draft one only answer to a question when there are many different professionals involved, but I managed to do so. The last edition, the 2024 edition, was entitled The New Me, La Nuova Me. We told ourselves, let us talk about what happens after surgery. Do not talk about surgery itself, how to regain your psychophysical well-being in the months and years to come, what happens after surgery. And so the brochure contains answers in this regard. I cannot give you anticipations regarding this year's edition. It has to do with a very important investigation and important topic, but this is exactly what the Donna per Donna group does. It is a spontaneous group coordinated by Beautiful After Breast Cancer. Thank you.
Allora, diamo la parola adesso.
Let us now give the floor to another colleague of ours, an oncologist, Fulvia Pedani, the coordinator of ANDOS. Good morning to all of you. I really wanted to thank the organizers for the accuracy that you've demonstrated, and I'm talking specifically to you because you perfectly understood what the needs of women were. I've prepared 4 slides, but they are not important. What is important is what you've said today. I represent an association that was established 50 years ago in 1956. We've been always working side by side with women. We made a campaign to have breast reconstruction included in the LEA, and we constantly try to understand what the problems of women are. We made a survey involving 650 women. 80% of them consider their image important for working purposes. And I do also represent the FIDA Association. And what emerges is that women have great problems when presenting themselves after undergoing a breast surgery. So let us think of a manager. Let us think of a female professional. Sometimes they do have problem if they have performed breast surgery. So 45% of women are obliged to change their job. And it is 35% of those women women are no longer able to look themselves at the mirror or to get naked before their partner, because it's a mutilation that they have suffered or a reconstruction that was unsuccessful may turn into a huge problem for them. I'm really happy for having listened to keywords like health assessment, surveillance, transparency, because nowadays we represent 53 committees in Italy, and I can assert that the therapeutical approach in Italy is very heterogeneous, not only in terms of reconstruction, and the breast units must turn into real breast units, not only on paper, but in real life. Mention was made of prevention, and this is fundamental because being able to prevent negative consequences is much more important than knowing the trends of what is happening. I was very much moved by something in particular, the fact of looking at the healthcare system as an investment. This is a total nullity. We've never heard about it. This is a totally new approach. Time has come to change things. Associations are never taken into account, but in this case, even if we are concluding, we are the last one in taking the floor, we are here today. What do we want to ask for? First of all, the fact that reconstruction should not be considered as an aesthetic thing. It is a psychophysical thing, because it might imply pain, for example, the need for therapeutical intervention, the fact of not recognizing oneself. So this is a fundamental aspect. We want PSDTA, where cultural, economic, and social condition is also considered when choosing the therapeutical path. The PSDTA must be national, otherwise we're not going to be universal in our approach. Furthermore, the genetic evaluation has to be performed before surgery. So to understand if it is necessary to perform bilateral mastectomy at one stage only. It is important to follow a serious path where patient is at the very center of everything. It is really understood in depth. We've heard many different testimonies. Oriana Fallaci, but not only her, also the clips we've listened to, and we really thank for the messages you decided to share with us.
Con lei
Let us now conclude with you. You are representing the Cittadinanza Attiva Association.
Eccomi. Grazie.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I really want to thank you, Ms. Campanale, for what you work, Professor Menini, for inviting us to this event. I really consider this event one of the most interesting one in which I took part lately. I learned many different things. So this is why I consider this event very important. I am the last obstacle before the lunch, so I will be brief, and I wanted to underline 3 different points more specifically. First of all, the importance of cooperation between central level and regional level. This has been a precious aspect that was underlined. When this kind of cooperation takes place, it can bring about important results, also in terms of healthcare protection and collective learning with respect to data. I was also very much surprised by the fact that the National Registry include private and public data, and not only the accredited private healthcare facilities, but the private sector at all. Because citizens' healthcare include all treatments and services that are also provided by the private sector and by private healthcare facilities. The second thing I wanted to stress is the scalability you try to do, also at a European level, the kind of connection you tried to establish, providing a wider perspective, talking about European data and the importance of sharing data. We will organize the National Day for the Right of Sick People, and I really would like to address this topic during that day, because we are acting as pioneers in this field. The third thing that surprised me was the word appropriateness. Appropriateness used not as an euphemistic word, used in relation to investment contraction, but as a synonym for choices made to build value and to build health. If we can use, and we can talk about appropriateness in relation to this, well, things are going to change for sure. A few considerations that I think are important for my association dealing with patients and more in general dealing with citizens of our country. You placed a lot of importance on aesthetic surgery, reconstructive surgery, and through the establishment of this national registry, we protect the health of our patients, and also we do also lay the foundations to protect the health of citizens at large, of those who can suffer the effects of having been implanted wrong breast implants. So this is something that I wanted to stress. This attention you pay to citizens at large is something we should stress, and I believe it is one of the distinguishing elements in your approach. One last thing, I also appreciated a lot the inequalities you mentioned between among the different regions. Mention was made of the Campania region, the possibility of having tools available to measure the differences between the different regions is also very important to have and to implement specific actions depending on the region, and also to educate population at large. The use of aesthetic surgery has to be adequate and of a high quality, so to measure the impacts on the health of women. Last but not least, I wanted to mention something said by Professor Iachino at the very beginning of the conference. He made reference to a law dated back to 2012. I read something in this regard, and Cittadinanza Attiva made a campaign on the PIP prostheses and asked for that law to be implemented. Professor Iachino underlined that we wanted to go beyond the simple implementation of the law. Having a law be respected after so many years is an important thing, and this is something I wanted to stress. Laws are drafted in order for them to become a reality. So the fact that this law is still abided by, thanks also to the presence of the registry, is very important in my opinion. So thank you for this.
Posso fare una domanda a lei? Io ho partecipato al tavolo.
Can I ask you a question? I was part of the table on the LEA requirements, and I would like to know where we are at the moment. Ministerial workers are usually quite cynical, but asking this question at lunchtime is also cynical. Well, thank you. I will ask Mr. Cicchetti, because it is the Directorate of Planning that is in charge, and of course I agree that this is an important tool, but I cannot answer because I am not in charge. You will let us know. Okay, okay. I think that we have reached... No. I would like to thank somebody. I couldn't do it before. I would like to thank Unit 5 of the Director General of Medical Devices. They support me and bear me every day, because we do not only deal with the registry and breast implants. Every day we monitor the use of medical devices. So congratulations. I would like to thank the head of department that is not here and that is supporting us. I would like to thank all participants, the colleagues from the regions. You mentioned me many times, and I repeated it. It is not just me, it was the result of a teamwork, and it will continue to be so. And once again, we must thank my general director, without which, I have to say it, we are not all the same. When you have the right people at the right time, in the right place, things work better. So thank you, director, because this is because of you. Had I not had you and the other colleagues, I could have not done it. Very briefly, because we are at the end. Thank you for still being here, because it is quite late. Very briefly, I would like to make some considerations and share them with you. First of all, the people that are here today were not identified by chance, because 1 year ago, during another public event, we took a commitment that was to talk about a work that had just started. After a year, I can say that we delivered. And after this meeting, I can say that I have a lot of food for thought, and I can better understand the strengths of what we've done. But I was more interested in knowing the weaknesses, because we know the strengths. And I was interested in knowing the vulnerabilities, the weaknesses. Of course, we understand that there is still a lot to do. We understand that we are at the beginning. And what I can assure to patients and to the scientific companies, the companies in general, all the people involved, is that we will do our part because we believe in it. What else? Let's see in a year what other objectives we can achieve and what we can do. Thank you once again.